We're good? We're good. Alright, just one. Shit, okay. Alright, we're good? We're good? I think we're good. Okay. Let me just check. Okay, yeah, hands doing split work up. Okay, good. Hey. Oh, who's with me? Can you move back up? Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, back up. Hey. Okay. Oh, that's right.
Where are you taking me? Where's my father? Hello? Damn it, where's my father?
Tell her to stop moving around back there. Stop that. What is the gap? I don't get it. It's under the water. Get it.
Well, oh. We're looking for a horse for where? Yeah. Who's the guy's insurance carrier?
Alex, you there? You've got to get moving.
Russell?
Okay. Subtitles?
I've been in an accident.
I know. I caused it. So technically, not an accident. You've got to get moving.
Wait, where's Dad?
He's fine.
I need to fix that. I don't want to see it. Subtitles, spectator only? And I think that means. Oh, come on.
Follow the drone.
So, Dad's okay, right?
Yeah, well, no. To be honest, he's in huge trouble.
But,
They've still got him. He was in a separate transport.
and you saved me?
Well, yes. I had no way of knowing who was in which van. So, yes, the result was that I saved you.
Do we know where they're taking him?
Criminal holding. And then, when they realized it was Eli Vance, to Nova Prospect. But I'm already working on a plan to get him back. You're close to my lab. Keep following the drone. Figure out what to do.
This way? Okay. You know where we're going. Oh, and I'm in the fifth dimension. Let's see if I can slip out of this.
Russell, what did you guys find back there?
Well, that's the crazy thing. I don't know. Just blurry
Citadel?
No, something else. And whatever it is, they're gonna kill anybody who saw it. And anybody who knows anybody who saw it. Which means us and your dad.
Russell, just hang on. I'm almost there.
I'm pressing it down. Hello? Yeah, okay, there we go. Gotcha. Oh. Better clip anything. What am I gonna do? Oh, yeah, don't like to. Or what, you know. Hey, hold on, what does shift look like then? Options, preferences, shift. Oh, just see the movement. Yeah, sorry. Whoa! Shut the damn car door. Oh. Yeah. Oh, hold on, wait. Does it know where I am? Options, preferences. Let him finish. I'm pressing. Okay. No. Alright, this thing's fucking cooked. I can't even look at my fucking hand. Yeah. No. Live's cooked, bro. This shit's done. Used it for maybe like 150 hours probably on this system. Maybe 3 games total. Sits in a box for a year. Nope, that's dead. Great job, Valve. All right, hold on. We're gonna switch. We're gonna switch gears here. We'll move into what was gonna be the plan anyway once the battery ran out, because I really didn't want to go past battery life and wireless. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We got the 6th, is it the 6th or the 7th? We got the 7th Umbral era to finish right now. So we can level Blackmage. So here's what we're gonna do. Fuck this business. That shit's so done. Alright, close some things here. 5 wireless, yeah. Exit that. Okay. We'll get this pulled up here. Fucking, what's the... Here's what we're gonna do. Go here, go sounds. Good, and good. No. don't know this one yet. No. We can't spoil it. Can't spoil. No. Realm Reborn's where we're on. Which I actually don't think I've watched through the trailer anyway. By level 30. Probably sit down and watch it. Let's start with this. Right here. And let me update category here. That, and we'll do... Yeah, okay. And we'll update, here we go. Okay, so we'll go into to Final Fantasy now. My mic is picking up a lot of... Is it picking up? No. I'll have to look at this. I think... Okay, I hear it. Hold on. I'm genuinely not even watching. Sorry, that's our Thaumaturge boy. Is that the guy? Thancred or whatever? Thalicred? When the moon just fucking detonated. As Bahamut erupted out of it. Wow. Fuck. Hold on a second. So we got opening movie, right? Actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to solve an issue with this. Monitor only? We're off. You can still hear that though, I'm pretty sure. Check. Okay, so let's see. This definitely needs to be turned up. Okay, what now? Maybe a little bit less. Keep it right in the middle there. I'm gonna bring this up. Bring the output gain up. Okay. There we go. I was fixing my mic. It's odd. First real watch? Me too. Technically, me too. What? I've leveled to 30 like twice. this. Okay. And then this is into the Realm Reborn cinematic. Okay. And that's a ship that the cultist guys were talking about. They tried to bring about. God damn, they fight you. Alright. Thought some healing. I love seeing like the actual like action roleplay of the class characters playing their roles in cinematics. I think that's always a really good choice when they do that. Or if they take like a lore character and sort of identify them as a certain class or having the powers of a certain class or job, you know, in a cinematic. It's just cool to tie the in-game to that. Okay, so then this is, yeah, not just the opening cinematic, but the actual Realm Reborn. Yeah. Because then the... What sword? What sword? Right. I think this is such a well done cinematic, like as far as it's hard for me as someone who played WoW for 16 years, even like to scream Deathwing at this. Even with all the similarities, I think they like it's nice and distinct, and I don't think they were even thinking about it at the time. I don't think the Deathwing cinematic even existed at the time, did it? It's 2010 was when they like tried to make the Final Fantasy MMO again, and it was really bad. And then they burnt it all, and then made Realm Reborn. As far as right, so when was this cinematic? Realm Reborn. Release date. 2013. Cataclysm is 2010. Yeah, so I wonder how many like WoW Andies were like looking at this going, "Oh, it's Deathwing," you know. And there's Louis Swa, right? Ooh. Get it. Oh shit. Y'shtola. It was first played before ARR released, Realm Reborn released, strictly to players who continue to sub through 1.0. First played before. So it was actually not mined out or released until everyone saw the servers disconnect, probably in 2013. So the... Interesting. So that initial like opening cinematic was something was like a transition cinematic from the old to the new. Strictly the players who continued to sub through 1.0, yeah. And I heard about how they've got like you know, those players, there's something like special to identify their accounts, or their names are on the credits sequence or something. I think it's really cool. But yeah, I've got to finish up the... What was it? I looked it up last night. Or else I was way behind on MSQ by level 30, and I've got pretty much the entirety of 7th Umbral era to get through before I can make my my Black Mage, or upgrade to Black Mage. Oh, is this just going through now? Okay, I don't want to see all of them. I just wanted to play through the first two. Okay. That's a nice touch, though, that they continuously play through the cinematics. Like, someone would end up just watching all of them without realizing. credits permanent half off sub for life. Wow. And a tattoo on their necks that marks them as a survivor. Oh, on the characters, yeah. And unique NPC interactions throughout AR as people slowly start to remember you. That's really cool. Yeah. I was watching like a Josh Strafe Hayes VOD the other day, and he was saying something very, or he's been starting to use the same word a lot in a lot of things. He makes a good point. He's saying mythos, that you know, a lot of stuff we do in games and that we can identify as like the things that gamers from that community identify with as like the peak things. That is their mythos, right? Like in Eve, there's the mythos of that guy who created an independent banking institution, took everyone's money, or ISK or whatever it was, and then went to a corner of the galaxy with a Titan and said, "Come get me." Like it's cool when the devs don't just leave it up to the players to make that shit happen on their own. They'll themselves notice stuff that can be used as notoriety, and then, you know, add that as well. So it's not just up to the players to foster that community. So I see a lot of that happen with what I've seen so far in Final Fantasy. There's just so many touches where the devs buy in and play into what the players already do, it seems. Okay. Should I just do this? How long's a queue if I want to queue for this and get actual people in here? Copperville Mines? Just select it. 5 minutes. Okay. I think I could wait that. Let me hop over and join you, or are you going to use AI? If you want to join, we can do that, yeah. Here, hold on. Let me withdraw from this. I'm assuming you can cross room. If you give me 90 seconds, we'll take it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yep, log on. DM me your in-game name. Or I think you have to reply to me here. Yeah, I could travel, but I just found that you're on my server. Oh, I am. Okay, cool. Yep, Cactuar. So then from here, can we still, as a group, then I'm assuming we can just queue up to here and it'll autofill the other 2 slots then. Or, Light Party's 4, right? I've never actually paid attention. Is it 4 or 5? You like tanking? Not me so much. I mainly just like to DPS and turret, right? So that's why I'm going Black Mage. Because I've been told that's like, you know, if you're the person who in a raid is the drama coon who gets mad about having to move, yeah, play that. Yeah, so that's me. Yes, it will fill for us, and you can queue anywhere, not just directly at the spot. Right. Yeah. I think the quest brought me up here. Because I was already up here. Yeah, so cool. And that'll actually get me to the next step on the MSQ here. I have to return to my home center, so there's a wait time. Return to your home center. Okay. In the meantime, then, if you're just going to be a few minutes, I'll just, let's see, where am I? Okay, right here. Yeah, I'll just do like a levy. Hanging out, cool. You know, in the dungeons here I've really enjoyed, and they're nice cinematic pieces. I've noticed the way that the dungeons are presented when you join them. I don't know, it's just nice touch to have those flyovers, and that really separates. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Bodrick. It really separates the content of like those instanced early dungeon style kind of that content. I can't remember exactly what it was. Or I guess the early, what was it, guild levies? Or the duties? Guild Hess. These early ones, right? Where they're very short. But they don't do like a cinematic flyover. But you can tell when you're in like a real dungeon when it's got that cinematic flyover that it does at the start. So for me, someone who doesn't know what's going on, it makes it really clear. They recently touched up these lowest ones with new shaders and AI. I read about that. Yeah, that they've been working on like you know, bettering the textures across the whole game. They're just, you know, doing an actual world texture update. Coming from WoW, I can say that like that's something that MMOs tend to really overlook for the longest time. WoW literally hasn't updated their world textures or their skybox even in most of the main continents in like, well, literally 16 years. But you know, I mean, it's easy to forget what's in the background, so I totally get it. Bodrick, great right here, this guy. Invite to part. Oh, unable. Until. Oh, okay. Okay, I invited you. Alright, we're in. And then I think I just go here. And party at the. Okay. Yo! What's up? Okay. Alright, cool. So I can then queue us up for this. And there we go. Same old thing. Watching MSQ is a hobby of mine. Cool. Yeah, I bet that in the same kind of way, like, okay, so I'm from Iowa, and recently, for whatever reason, YouTube suggested me two different guys who like travel around and go to state capitals and stuff, like 45-minute videos of like the Iowa Capitol. I watched both of them because when you're a part of something and you live somewhere or whatever, you're really interested in, you know, how other people see it. And yeah, so MSQ seems to be solid content for a lot of Twitch, especially with just how good the MSQ is on its own. Tiny key. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to tank it. Oh, no, I was oh, cause the shield, I guess. No, I'm Thaumaturge. I don't think I can tank, can I? I think I'm just pure DPS. But that is like the next thing after leveling up and experiencing the DPS caster experience here in this game. I want to try the tanking experience and see how that is. I feel like with a much you know, longer global cooldown, it'll probably make tanking feel a lot more comfortable, or not as frantic, you know. But I could be wrong. It could be even more frantic because you have limited, you know, spells you can cast in so much time. Tick 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 tick. We're just... Yeah, just keep going. It's fine. Depends. I mean, frantic fights are gonna be frantic, you know. But I mean, like in WoW, like, you know, if you're like protecting a warrior, you're managing, or you're having to constantly make sure you're keeping up a filler while you're keeping everything on cooldown and managing your mitigation. Managing mitigation is fine, but it's not as fun when you know, basically need to be pressing buttons just for like damage, basically, half the time. I don't know. I haven't tanked it a long time in WoW, so I guess at this point. What is this? Powder chamber. Here's to hold 12 ounces of fire sand. Okay. 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 We're in! Get him, Serpentine! Oh, true. Yeah, if I have food, yeah. I think I've got. Did I really just use food in combat? That's awesome. Okay. I guess it's just like, yeah, using a consumable buff. OJ or something? Yeah. Is what is it? Culinarian or something, or chef, or what's the? Isn't there a job based around food, or maybe it's just a profession? I saw one of the. So you want to be a, you know, whatnot. It looks like a culinarian. Is that worth it as a profession? Like, do you actually, you know, what is this? It's worth it. Okay. What's this? Comparison. I'm new on that. I'm gonna pass on this. The only thing that is monetary value in the game is furniture and housing. Gil, otherwise, is a joke. Okay. Yeah, inflation. I mean, it all leads to housing. Gotcha. I think economies are very, very difficult to sustain long-term in MMOs. They're really unstable. They collapse. If the game becomes less popular, the economy, you know, collapses. Like, you know, it's not like you're in the real world where, unless just a bunch of people suddenly die, you know, it's not like a bunch of people are leaving the market out of nowhere. Whereas an MMO, it just happens. Their goal wasn't to have one, really. Yeah, and that's probably the best way to treat it, you know. Trying to create an economy, you're not going to have any success. If an economy happens, sure, whatever, you know, but doesn't really have one, you know. We get a 5 million gil? Jesus. That's a lot. I mean, I don't even know if that's a lot. Alright, so we put that in here. And then you blew this up. Okay. And honestly, I'm kind of okay with there not being a major economy focused part of the game. Not that it's a bad way to play an MMO, but there, in games where there is a strong economy or a strong element of economy, you'll have a player base that's dedicated to just doing that alone. They play the game because they like interacting with the economy, and that tends to cause a lot of inflation or a lot of dead gold that just kind of sits around and doesn't do anything. So as far as an economy is concerned, you know, it's not helpful usually. But it can be interesting gameplay. I just think, you know, in certain games like this, you know, maybe it's best without it. Ooh. Can I reach? I can. Nice. Which voice is it? Do you know what number that is? I think it's also the female only voice. I'm gonna assume. I think I got the wristlets, didn't I? Pass. Oh, I went the wrong way. Where am I? I think I found you guys. Okay. Yeah, here you are. Ink. I don't know why I used a potion of intelligence there. I'm guessing these treasure coffers probably don't have much. Yeah, I checked the voices when I was making this to make sure I didn't go with that. I actually started at Elizin and then got really, really tired of playing a female Elizin, like by like level 24, and didn't want to relevel, so I bought the full game, paid for a race change and a name change on the same day. Everything in a box is worth it for you if you're new. Ah, okay, alright. I will probably just skip back and grab those then after we kill this boss. Whoa! Can I make it? Yes, I can. Race train's plenty if you get hooked. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I guess that's kind of fair. And this is the vibe of this game is much more like, I guess, I don't know. It just, for some reason, I'm like more okay with like store mounts and the cosmetic micros and the, you know, stuff in this game than I am in WoW. And I guess it's because this game doesn't put any of the value of, you know, the game or prestige or whatever on where you're forced to pay money to feel like you have value in the game, right? I feel like WoW does, you know, traps people into patterns like that so that they're forced to pay money to continue getting that reward. But this game, it's like, you know, hey, it's cosmetic stuff, whatever, you know. It's fun stuff, but that was fun. Okay, so now I need to go turn this in. So let me do that. I think I have to do... I skimmed it last night. I think I need to do, like, yeah, like 3 different dungeons in a row or something soon. I'd say the dev focus is 75% story, artwork, scripting, localization, voice talent, scenario writing, and 25% left to the other systems. Yeah, and I think that actually might answer why I'm more okay with it here. You can tell how much more the focus of this game and the attention is on the stylization of it. And what you get to see and what your character gets to look like. And because that is already the product you're buying, so what if they sell you an extra special cosmetic for $10? Like, you know, that's already what you're there to buy. So, you know, I guess it really fits the vibe. There's so much ridiculous cosmetic nature to the game stock that I don't think any of the stuff that I've seen people buy from the store has pulled me out, you know, of that or broken that golden thread as I'm playing through this. It all just kind of seems to fit in. Painted Mesa. Duty calls, commence battle, and to cover hell. Wait, what? We will commence duty as a specific land or the hand or Wallen party. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to leave this party 1 second. No way is it gonna... What do you mean? What was that little icon of like me being queued for a dungeon there? Conqueror Copper Bell. Okay, okay. So I already did. Okay, good. I was like, did that not fucking count? Thanks to our minor officer, Old Dog can have the material she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papa Sean the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want reports from Momodi. I'll do the woman, it'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. You're going into a solo duty. Okay. I'll have what she's having. Shut your mouth, you deceiving little swine. You stole from me, and don't even think to deny it. I want you to do things in the world, but not be nervous. Sorry, I didn't steal nothing. Leave her alone. I brought you this. I paid for it with my own coin. I think I've seen... Well, maybe not. I think I know this part of the story. What rot? Your refugees are all the same. You couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I want you to do things in the world, but not be interrupted by having players jump all over your mob. Right, okay, yeah, so the duty... Yeah, it's like a scenario, an instanced event, yeah. I'm going to say it one more time, give you back... And that also is what's really fun about just playing this solo right now, is it's totally... The whole game stands up in the solo... Or stands up to... scrutiny even as a solo experience. The way that they write the story. I love it. Rights of the brass blades. Reasonable man, if you agree to serve me in whatever capacity we require. Yo, what the fuck? Ban him. Ban him. Ban him on Twitter. So they'll park you. Yeah, I see those people standing with the icon. Yeah. I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is my witness. Please, adventure, help me. I beg of ye. I swear, it takes every ounce of my being to resist doing all these voices in sarcastic accents. I swear, my mother's grave. I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the something. It's hers. Leave her alone. She didn't do nothing. Oh, I gotta move this. Actually, yeah, that's fine where it is. And who the hell are you? I've had enough of this mummer's face. You lot, teach him a lesson. Fisticuffs, let's go. Right. Bob and weave, bob and weave. There's nothing. Easy. What are you doing? Game's got a lot of health. Oh, okay, okay. So you guys are gonna hop in? Yeah. Of course, I wouldn't expect any different. Let's get a couple of thunder out here. Nice. I'm getting paid enough for this. You better run. Thank you thrice over. You're welcome. Oh, 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 oh. My doctor told me I could only simp 3 times a week. Or else the migraines come back. There were more refugees than when I last looked. So we're in a flashback, or we're getting a vision. And you wouldn't be mistaken. It's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade outlets, and problems like those aren't easily solved. They tried to make the best of it. It was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. Let me see. The calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in the other cities? The talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced, Ul'dah has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would try their luck here first. Right. Okay. My heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I would be lying if I said that it wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Yeah, that would be good. Well, things do take a turn for the worse. We always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire patrolling the streets for riffraff. Maybe we'll come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Yeah, it's almost like they're people. Dodo tenderloins, get your Dodo tenderloins, guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Imagine making a living after a fucking catastrophic disaster of your planet. Imagine trying to get by. L nerd. It's looking around. Oh, I skipped that one. Whoops. All right, so we're worried that, you know, the riffraff and the refugees are gonna cause riots and unrest in the city, and they're probably gonna do some real sketchy political shit. Sir, are you all right? Although those were concerned citizens, so I guess. I wonder what the importance of those two specific people was. He was selling tendies. Yeah, I bet he was. No, actually, you know what he was? Yep, Dodo tendies. That's exactly, yep. Eyes deny, you leave the poor one alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? Ooh. 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 Oh, is this? Oh, I think I know what this is. I think I know who we're about to meet. Girl, I will overlook this. I think I know. Maybe I don't know. So if he hadn't come along when he did, who knows? I don't think this... Hold on. We'll find out. Because someone yelled that. I think the person who yelled that is the person we're about to meet. And I think I know who that is. All's well that ends well. Oh, it's Thancred. Damn it, Thancred. I thought we were going to meet Y'shtola and you fucking come in here. You're the biggest letdown of the century, dude. Okay. Do not mistake my intent, for it is always honorable. I've been watching ever since you departed Ul'dah. You played the part of the envoy to perfection, common as a man on diplomatic mission should be, unfailingly courteous of your betters. And when the troubles led you to miss the danger, you face it without being so much flinch. You, my friend, are quite a marvel, and I confess to being somewhat in awe of you. Did you change nations when you went Lala? Change nations? I don't think so. I went... Was it Dunesfolk? The second Lalafell option is what I went to. I'm not sure what you mean by nations, though. Elite Thancred hating chat starts here. Okay. No, I'm not sure what the nation is, to be honest. In character creation, which means whether you're indeed one of whom I've been looking for an adventure, possess a very yeah, we're the chosen one. We get it. To be sure, you rescued the damsel in distress was more of a happy accident, but rescue her you did, and that was what mattered in the end. I feel I should mention at this point, I also harbor a burning interest in a certain talent of yours. Hey, yo. And speak of your vision. Oh, okay. You've been experiencing visions, have you not? Well, it just so happens that I know a woman who shares your talent and can help you understand it. She and I belong to the same organization, and we should both be delighted beyond words if you would agree to join our cause. Naturally, there are benefits to being part of such a collective. For one, we should be glad to assist you in realizing your potential as an adventurer. You need not give me your answer now. Think upon it, and if you feel moved to help us, as I pray you shall, speak with Momodi, the ever-lovely and youthful mistress of the Quicksand. I know Momodi. We go way back to, like, level 19 or something. Tell her the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have found her man, or found their man, and she will tell you where to find us, okay? So come meet you guys if I want to join you in your club. Somehow I feel like that's not really a choice I'm gonna be able to turn down. Modi, the innkeep for Ul'dah. Yeah, she's quick. Yep. Momodi's chill as hell. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell of gentlemen's woes with the women folk from time to time. Noob. I'm trying to start to keep you waiting. I was providing guidance for a fresh off the carriage adventurer. But God's good to see you safe and well. Look at you. No one would ever guess. You've been hard at it with the giants in the dark. I never doubted for a moment that you'd... I'm reading like I'm in first grade. I never doubted for a moment that you'd succeed, of course, and neither did Papa Sean, which ain't to say he won't be overjoyed. This innkeep may have the most script in game. She says something in trigger response to whatever quest you're on. Someone out there is living a hard... Oh, really? Yeah, no, I mean, she felt like a very believable character whenever I interacted with her. So, let's say whatever they are doing is doing really well, because I don't notice anything wrong with her character. She's very, very realistic. A full character, and for everything she does. She stands behind a counter, and I am praising this character who literally just stands behind a counter. How many innkeepers in any MMO do you know, like, have, you know, develop, like, a fanaticism about? Clearly, you know, I put some real work in here. Adam, adventurer like you. Adventurer, my friends, gonna when the leader of the party was killed. I remember you. Yeah, you let your tank die because you're a bad healer. His name was Avery, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and he swore that he would be like you one day. Edda. I believe it was succeeded, had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I have long thought and about giving up adventuring. Don't do that. Just find a new tank. When I think of the man you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I'm inspired, just as Avery once was. So I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. You get it, Edda. But I want to meet you first, to ask you your name. It's Trino Bobino. You shouldn't forget. Damn straight. Damn straight, you keep that straight. Don't get it twisted. Thank you, Trino Bobino. I pray that we meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be a cruel, bleeding business. Time was, I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to keep the post, or to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for yours, Trino. And what did you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Sure. They're beginning to move in earnest then. The Scions ain't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about a tenth in some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. Yeah, get me in there. He's ready to tell you what she knows about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Nice, downgrades. I'm so far over leveled. I'm level 32. I should have this whole quest line done already. So you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear, if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being old Don. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these signs of the 7th Dawn, you can. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task. And so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you, Trino. Awesome. Now I've been given leave to tell you where to find the scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. You'll never shake that feeling. You'll always be ahead, always have moves you won't be able to use in dungeons since you'll sink to... Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that a little bit, though. I'd rather be over-leveled for the story content I am trying to enjoy than under-leveled for the story content I am being distracted from because I can't kill the stuff, you know? So I think, like, trying to aim right down the middle, aim right true, and tune it exactly so every player levels in time with the thing is never going to happen. So I think that they, you know, making it so that you just over-level it is fine. And I like to, doing it doesn't feel any less like I'm hurrying through it, because I actually want to sit down and watch the story happen. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for is called the Wakened Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance, and you'll be let in. You're a man to man, Trino, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget your old friend Momodi. Drop in and tell me how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right? Well, I've said my piece, off you go. For me as a tank, the moment the game goes, grats, you're 40, you have shield slam. Now go do Nomergon, and I zone into Nomer and lose not only slam, but a couple others. Oh, yeah. Grats to... Yeah, I have noticed that where, like, I mean, I still haven't been able to use Thunder 2 in a dungeon yet. Like, but no, I guess, yeah, I wonder what they could do. I mean, honestly, I don't see, if it's, like, anything that's not end game content, or, like, a raid, or something equivalent, I forget what they're called in 14. You would press the scroll buttons, right? That's what I mean. Yeah. I honestly, like, so anything that's not, like, you know, the hard content or the more than 5 people or in a thing, I think it'd be, like, a fine decision if it just, you could use those abilities. But I don't know if there are absolutely game-breaking things, but you kind of just slaughter your way through these dungeons anyway. Who cares if they're getting to throw out some cool shit? I'll go away after you catch up, but my boy, you got a ton ahead of you. I am well aware of that. Well aware of that. And I am fine with that because I'm not looking... I mean, I raided, and while I did, you know, lots of stuff. Oh, a friend request, yeah. How do I... So, oh, it's social. Accept. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know there's so much, but yeah, like, I mean, while all the raiding interests me and the fights look real cool, and it, like, you know, I'm excited to see that stuff. I am in no rush to get through the story or anything. I want to, you know, see what's all there, because this to me feels very much like, you know, there's a campaign and then a multiplayer, right? Like, you know, and right now I'm working through the campaign and enjoying this. And if that's all I do, I think it's still money well spent. We'll be highlighted now as friends in the game map, so we can easily see. Oh, really? Okay. Like helping Sprouts, getting it in ground 4, and it only gets nuttier, man. Yeah, I'm sure of it. You know, it looks it all seems really fun. I'm excited to get into some of the other systems, the Golden Saucer, the whatever it's called, the gambling and shit. That all looks really fun. I think there's so many cool, fun activities I want to test out in this. But for now, we gotta go. Oh, to Lenosia? Or no, not to Lenosia, but Western Finland. Okay, just to up to Vesper Bay. We'll take a chocobo. When can I get a mount? Return? I never use it. What's 193 gil? This is nothing. I mean, well, MSQ's sending me everywhere right now. Let me get... You know what? Just in case it sends me up north and I die. It will introduce you to mounting? Okay. Let me set this as a home point. Because I think it's probably going to send me up here. So if I die, I don't want to get sent all the way back to Camp Drybone. Pray return. Oh, you were saying... pray return is a 14 meme. You'll be told to pray return to Walking Sands at least 900 times. Okay. Play Waking Sands. Okay. Yeah, pray return. I've noticed that. Verbiage used a bit. It is certainly, when I've opened up the map so far, I've been through Black Shroud, Thanalan, Lenosia. I've been, you know, these are like all part of the territory I've been through. Mordona, I don't know what that is yet. I think it's a raid, isn't it? Or something? Or it looks like a city. Okay. And then, okay, so it doesn't go up any further. But, oh, shit, there's all this over here, too. Otharn. Some expansion stuff. Okay. Braving new depths. Level 35. The fact that you're managing it is impressive. Oh, the map is a boss unto itself. I still like it as a map, and its manner of connecting points makes 0 sense at all. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I'm figuring out, like, just kind of what things more just directly get me to what I want. If I'm looking for a quest, I'm not going to try and find it on the map or look at the adjoining area indicators. Like, if I'm here, I'm not going to search for this shit, because I notice if it's greater than 1 degree of separation, and sometimes it's 2 degrees of separation if you're inside a city, it won't show you that indicator, so I'm just going up here, and then that brings me to it, and then teleporting to where I want to go. It's kind of just how I'm making my way through with as little confusion as possible. But yeah, it's seriously, like, can they just make right-click, you know, go up 1 map level? Please? You know? That's the one major complaint I have about the game, and that is literally the first and only one I really have to complain about. Just make right click, zoom the map out, please. That is an easy win. Trollololol. Oh, don't you dare. Wow. Cough. I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to... And then I say, hey, yo, here at the behest of Thenkret. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. How'd you know that? My sincere apologies. May I have your name? It's Trino. What's up? Trino Bobino. Trino Bobino. Here you are. Say that 5 times fast. Ahem, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands headquarters of the Scions of the 7th Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I will look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent? I didn't read the rest. I just, I got stuck on the second word. Shit. Alright. Something about the antecedent. Oh. What's up? You were like, I didn't notice you there. Let's see. Okay, so we're in here. So you are Trino Bobino. Tataru sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minfilia has eagerly awaited your coming. Heyo. I think you can click on event in chat and reread. Oh, gotcha. I see what you mean. It might be up here. No. I know what you mean. I've seen it sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, I guess. That's okay. At the bottom. Oh! Okay, is within the solar. I shall let her know to expect you. Okay, gotcha. Well, shit, I don't even need this open, really. That's just all, you know, just been mainly like spam and stuff. I'll just leave this open. Okay. I'm pretty sure these are just a straight up downgrade. Hold on. Mind doesn't help us. Intelligence stays the same. 2 spell speed over 2. So I get basically -2 direct hit, -1 determination, +2 spell speed. And +2 materia. We'll see.
So
I still don't know exactly how to
get
get materia.
So much.
Oh.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the
Move that
Scions
cursor.
of the 7th Dawn. I have awaited your coming.
Have you now? Hey, I remember you two from when I made a conjurer to become a white mage because I didn't know that a white mage was a healer only class.
No doubt you are right to burst with questions, but have patience. All
That
will be
character is
revealed in
long
time.
gone on a trial account. I don't know where it is anymore.
Let me begin by telling you who we are.
But
And
that
what
was
we do.
my first experience playing Final Fantasy like a couple years
We
ago.
are the Scions of the 7th Dawn.
Fucking
In order
Stone
that
1,
transcends
Stone
political
1, Stone
boundaries.
1.
Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea.
Okay.
Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals.
I've heard about them.
Their existence is a
I don't know what they
bane
look like.
upon Eorzea. Nay, the world at large.
I know, I see what you
And
mean,
we
or
have
I know
striven
what
to
you mean,
find
Bodrick,
a
yeah. I'm being a little bit
lasting
reductive with
solution
it, but
to
you
the
know what I
threat
mean.
they pose. Our order
I guess
is
at the
home
time
to
I
a
didn't
number
realize
of
there was this
individuals
flexibility. I could
who,
even just,
like
you know,
you,
get to 30 and then
possess
just
a rare and
switch
special
jobs
talent.
completely if I wanted to.
This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness?
I pass out at 3
Have
a.m.
you
every
ever
day.
had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space? A mind without a body?
Yo, you got Molly?
All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours
Oh.
is the power to transcend the
I didn't think that's what it
boundaries
was.
of the soul. A power known
I was pretty
as
sure it was the Molly.
the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them.
Okay.
You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events.
Okay.
For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words.
So beyond boundaries,
In
yeah,
short,
yeah.
The
Or beyond the
Echo
language
is a
boundaries, yeah.
truly extraordinary power. And this power
It was like
is
mind vision. Like I get to like
strong
see in
within
their
you.
mind and their memories and
It is
stuff.
only
But
a
I
shame that we
I
cannot
think she
use
said I
it
can't
whensoever we
affect
choose.
I can't affect those things. I can't change them, but I can
That's
watch them.
right. I too possess the echo.
This is the first time I have met
With
Menphilia
that
on a character that I've
established,
played.
let us return to the subject of the primals. So long as they exist,
This is the furthest I've
realm
gotten in the
cannot
storyline.
take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake,
Bet.
the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Her pants situation in the back. The actual window to her rear. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies. At a word from me, they will gladly afford certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. Cool. So you hook us up. You'll hook us up. Sick. We got connections now. We know people. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings in your house. Oh, I can have an accountant? Your papers, you requested, my lady. Actual window to your... I'm waiting for it to pan and give us a... Like, come on. She's short, so give us a from the back at hip height looking at the Lalafell from behind so your ass is at like a third in the frame. Like, come on. Come on, Yoshi. Retainers is the auction house system. Okay. Gotcha. I will have to look at that. I am terrible with auction house systems in general. I hate economies. I'm so bad at them. You do not post things directly, but you have certain... Oh, that's so funny. I love that. By the way, welcome and gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. Cool. Hell yeah. Nice. You'll need to consult a retainer vocate to regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say the retainers will will prove invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Okay. I think that's a really cool touch. They really, yeah, they lay on the story and everything that they can. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us in the fullest extent of your talents. You got it, Min. You got it, Minnie. Oh, yeah, literally, yeah. It's like literally like a fucking, it's, hold on, mutually beneficial relationship. It's like someone saw someone wearing an apron and goes, I bet I could make that fashionable but not practical. And then they did this. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it's important that all concerned you are aware expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us when you have come to a decision. You may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach one another when... it is Wild Rose. Please keep it safe. Okay. Pray. Gotcha. Wild Rose is our safe word. Me and Minnie. All these systems are explained in lore, like you design what they look like before you hire them. Really? So that it's explained why they look exactly how you created them. You can doll them up, level them up, do small dailies. That's... Yeah, I really like that. I think it is always a... Like, if you're embedding a system into your game, for whether it's a necessity of something to even be classified as an MMO, right, being able to trade items or whatever, all the way to you know, simply the way that you know, sometimes down even to like the way flight paths in World of Warcraft were connected in Classic. They were decided that, you know, to be that way because it made sense for a particular reason. It wasn't just game design as the pure motivation. It was story design as well. And, you know, when, I mean, like, with the servants, right? Or with the you know, the retainers and stuff, like, I like that. Like, it makes sense. You're far too busy working with the Scions, going and saving the world and shit, to be going over to a, you know, to Wall Street and selling your stuff, and or down to Main Street and selling your stuff at the stand, right? So instead, you'd have like a hired assistant, you know, a part of the Scions, basically, who, you know, takes care of your shit for you, and like, that does not impact, you know, how you post your stuff. Really, you end up still, I'm sure, just listing it, right? Like, you still list stuff the same way, if, you know, as if they had just totally ignored the retainer system and just you went to an auction house. I'm assuming this. I haven't looked at it yet. They just add that story, so it's like, you know, it really grounds it in the world. You interact by ringing little hotel. I love that. Yep, put your home in most. I love that. And they come running up and greet you however you design them. Yeah, so it's kind of like the twin characters in Animal Crossing, the ones who run the shop. That's what that reminds me of a little bit too. But yeah, no, when they cement the reason for a gameplay system existing as a part of the world and not there because it needs to be a part of the game, like, I love that. It makes it so much easier to, you know, suspend your disbelief and really believe what you're, or, you know, care about what you're involving yourself in. They have their own little inventory too. Service inventory, bank space. That's cool. Yeah. I'm curious to see what it's like to be, you know, like someone who's just, I mean, right now I'm someone who doesn't know the game, right? Whereas in World of Warcraft, I'm someone who knows that game very well, and I am very familiar with how it feels to be max level and just kind of do the daily stuff till next patch. I am very curious to see what the, you know, the time after doing MSQ, like, what, you know, how I end up spending that time. I have no idea what is going to end up interesting me in this, but I'm sure it's gonna be quite a bit of stuff. The streamers you see doing this game too, they're always it's very diverse content. They're able to, you know, do so many different things in the game. It's always, you know, tuning and they're always doing something different. Wait, howdy, if we're still going a few months down the line, do not forget this conversation. Well, I will definitely curious to see where it goes. I don't even know where it is right now. I've got to get there. The routine when you're caught up is a steady release schedule with dry spots that they invite players to quit or come as... Right, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, devs have no inclination to try and have you do the check and log on. Yeah. Didn't Yoshi tell his, like, didn't he directly in an interview recently, like, tell his players, like, yeah, you know, go probably unsub and go play other games right now. You know, we don't really have content coming out at the moment or whatever, but I don't know what he said. It was something like that. It's like, you know, we're in a dry spell, so, you know, go play some other games. And that's the smartest thing for the guy to do, because the quickest way to get a toxic customer base is to monopolize them and make it so that you're the only person who provides them their games. If you do that, like Blizzard tried to, and be the only game and be the forever game, like, you just end up with people who are now dependent on you for their entertainment. And if you're not providing it, they're gonna be just mad at you for not giving that them, instead of just going, I'm just not having fun, I'm gonna go play something else for now, and not get mad at a company for just trying to produce a product. So it's smart. It's a very smart approach for them to be honest and be like, yeah, we don't need your sub, you know. We need you guys to be good customers, you know, and that's how you get that. You have your customers have perspective and understanding of the product that they're buying, and you don't close them off from everything else that gives them that. We Scions have but one objective: to safeguard the future of AORs. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it is that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer, Trino. I assume I can safely click these other options. I'm not going to mess up the story. What's this? I should read this. Retainers are helpful NPCs who can be hired by players to carry out such tasks as storing excess gil and gear or selling unwanted items on the markets. They may also be sent afield on adventures. A contract of service can be drafted by Friedweb in Limsa Lominsa, Parnell in Gridania, Chichabi in Ulda, Pernilla in Ishka. I don't need to read all these. Players may hire no more than 8 retainers at once. Wait, have you even seen a primal? What is Minfilla going off about? I don't know. Hold on. I bet you I can check really quick. If I just pull up a list of XIV primals. I'm going to try not to spoil myself, and I'm just going to try and look for a bear. Okay, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of primals. I don't think I've seen any of these. Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Bahamut. I've seen Bahamut. Not in-game, but, you know. Shiva, Odin, Phoenix, Kidu, Ravana, Bismarck, King Thordan, Alexander Sephiroth, Sophia Zervin, Susano, Lakshmi. Probably would not do that again. What, look up? Like a list of primals because spoilers, you think? This is, I'll show you, isn't always just going to be summons. Yeah, no, literally, this is... No. There we go. Yeah, this is all I pull out here. I don't think there's much of a spoiler. Not super worried about it anyway. Yours is no small endeavor. Small? No. Worthy and undeniably labor for the good of all the realm. Changes are great. They are, yet the risk to take or justify. Oh, man. Okay. Just going to be summons. Well, those names will vanish over time. So the primals don't always stay the same? I mean, those names will vanish. I mean, Phil, I think I'm ready to go.
I take it you will help us. Wonderful. I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Does the name Charlian
Yeah,
ring
definitely
any
forget,
bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Charlians were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons.
Ooh.
Those
You
same
know,
brave
it's always a
souls stand
cool-ass
before you
character
now.
when they call it an Archon.
The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popolimo. The two are charged with
Oh, yeah, these
surveying
guys.
the
Yeah.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
Yeah, we
He's
know
our man
Thancred.
here in Ulda, jewel of the desert.
Welcome to the team. I never doubted that you'd come.
Ayo.
If I
this is
may,
the scene, isn't
the
it?
lovely
This.
maiden beside me is named Yastola.
Woo!
Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
Creepy as shit, dude.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado,
Mommy, maybe.
I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames.
Ooh,
Thancred, would you do the honors?
that's got our name on it. Let's go.
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid
It's
and
Papa
divested
Sean's
of its
business,
cargo.
right?
But there is more. Within a bell of
Papa
the
Sean's,
lottery,
mining
several
company?
people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and
That dude
coincidence.
really gets fucked with a lot by.
Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the
He's
Immortal
really not getting
Flames
any
deal
breaks
with their like
recently.
almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Okay.
Aye,
Turn up the
the
volume here.
evidence left behind implicates the
Tell me that's
Emoja,
too loud.
who are known
I
worshippers
don't want the
of
end game to be too
Ifrit.
quiet. As
If
far as
we
the audio
then
is.
consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You
Oh, us.
have my
Okay.
thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak
Leading
with Thancred.
investigation.
He
Okay.
is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Ever at your service, dear fellow.
Sometimes the awkward, motionless silence at the end of a cinematic just gets me. Thancred, ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions, crimes which we believe to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friends at Amagina, Sons, and Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. That will improve their kind of wooden in AR. I literally already forgot what I said. What did I say? Hold on. You have to clip myself. I don't know. I don't know what I just said 40 seconds ago. It's already out of my head. Hold on. I'm fine. I clipped it. I'm going back to it. fuck, I only caught it at, like, just after. Oh, the awkward silence. Yes. Yeah. The slow, like, where everyone's just kind of standing there and goes, all right, let's go. We're the same as all the time. I don't know, it's, I like, MMOs are, I think it's one of the, like, more attractive things about MMOs is that they are all janky in that way. There is not an MMO out there that doesn't have this, right? There are, like, scripted wandering, right? There's, you know, characters going through each other because, you know, either they don't have, like, body collision, right? Like, I love MMOs particularly because they are janky from the start. The whole game design is a hot mess. It's just, like, character objects on a terrain map, and it's open, and from then, like, you do anything. Like, that is so unrestricted. It is, like, it's bound for this stuff to look like that. And that, you know, at the end of the day, they're trying to make it look like a real world, so it just, that uncanny valley is so funny to me. I think it's what gives a lot of MMOs, and especially older and really, really bad MMOs, their unique charm. Because they just accentuate that. According to preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Eisenbard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see that he gives us his full cooperation. Okay. Though so much coming from me, I have a mod running showing me when people target me, and I'm leaned up at a very popular spot here, as you'll learn about the walking sands. I got this young tank out here gawking. I like that. Yeah, you literally post up, and yeah, that reminds me of, like, just kind of sitting there in your gear or on a nice new mount or whatever, and you wait for people to walk up, and, like, you know that they're targeting you before you click on them because you have it on, like, the mouse over so you can see that they're targeting you. But then you'll click on them just for a second so their target of target shows your nameplate for a moment so they know that you saw them looking at you. Always do that. I look for those moments. Yeah. Oh, man. Can I founder Twitch streamer benefits you a custom emote? Is that I don't know how to do that. I literally don't know how to do any of that. Founder Twitch streamer benefits you a custom emote? Yeah. I'm always going to be leaned up if I can be. And I'm tuned in. Yeah. Oh, lean up if you can't. Yeah. You know, I can buy you a lean. I noticed that. Yeah, you don't just get all the emotes. That was an interesting little mechanic that I'd never thought about, but is, I guess, you know, plays into that vibe again of, like, you know, collecting your knickknacks and stuff. Yeah, I mean, that sounds dope. I like the whole I like the diversity of all the emotes and how they clearly have designers working on new emotes regularly, it seems, or at least, you know, providing so much diversity to it, because, yeah, I have never seen such an in-depth RP system. I'm assuming I can't even see the ones that I don't have access to, so the list probably goes on. Oh. So the icons mean something? Notes help usable in fishing. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're lit up in the tooltip down there. Gotcha. Some are rewards, some are from the store. Okay, yeah, I remember getting a couple. Like, what was it? It was some dance. Didn't I do? Respect. Thumbs up. Congratulate. What is psych? What? What is psych? What? Oh, that's great. I love that. People are eBaying that one for like well, I have one for using a code with Grubhub during a dev stream so I can eat pizza in game. No way. That's so funny. eBay them for 500. That's so funny. Yeah. That's the other thing too. I'm not in any way a shill for microtransactions. I don't even touch Blizzard products anymore since Diablo Immortal release, right? Like, but I think commemorative, you know, like stuff like, I don't know, 15-year anniversary mount, you know, $30, totally fine. You'd be selling a little knickknack that someone would put on their desk, you know, otherwise. So, or like a, you know, 15th anniversary version dungeon journal, you know, like that sort of thing. Yeah, no, I love the like little commemorative things, or when they, that's a very clever idea, or a unique idea. So they gave out a Grubhub code during a dev stream, and if you used that Grubhub code to get Grubhub, then you got a unique emote in game to eat pizza in game. That's, whoever thought about that loves their fucking job, and you can tell. Hail, adventurer. You wear the expression of one who seeks new battlegrounds to hone your burgeoning skills. Do not ask how Nindrik knows, he simply knows. Now tell me, are you perchance familiar with the sunken temple of Karn? I will not hold it against you if you are not. The ruins only surfaced when the calamity split the ground asunder, after all, and your road is a popular destination these days for adventurers looking for new frontiers to explore. If you're keen to join them, why not make the journey to southern Thanalan and visit the temple yourself? With the many dangers that lurk within, the Immortal Flames are keeping close watch over the place, but a Lalafell by the name of Bibimu should be able to offer you passage. Okay. Here I am, doing a quest. You know what? I'm not gonna do that one yet, because we... Oh. Oh. Thank you. Eradicate the winsome wallflower. I'm gonna read the flavor text first. An illustrated, not quite instruction manual that is... I love the flavor text too. I've noticed a lot of nice touches. Not quite instruction manual that is nevertheless instructive in warding off potential dance partners. And looking good doing so. Use to learn the /lean. Oh, that's... See, okay, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, that's funny. In warding off potential dance partners. That's so funny. Alright, let's see. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna do this right here. Hold on. So I go... Do I have to do backup to it? And then lean? Yeah, dude. Alright, hold on. We're gonna... And I think... Oh, let me do this. There we go. Squall would lean and avoid Renoa dancing. Mine's better. It's honestly, it's the brick frames my whole body really well. Stone cold killers, bro. Squall would lean and avoid Renoa /dancing. Oh, okay. So Squall was they were characters in Final Fantasy VIII. I'll tell you what. Final Fantasy is not a franchise I followed a whole lot. I fall back into it. Let me do it again. I'll have to back up more. Yeah, I like it. I like how stumpy the Lalafells are. Again, it's like, you know, just kind of playing into that janky, but also... I mean, the real secret, like, the big brain, it's AoEs. It's a hell of a lot easier to avoid AoEs. Look at that. Easy. Stand right there. Bam. Easy. Done. Right. Try and do that on... on a serpent captain. I can't remember the race. Rodagon or something? Rodagon? Rodagon? No. Well, thanks. No, I love that. That's sick. And let me... Hold on, can I... Yeah, there you go. Have a VIP. Hrothgar, there are tens of us. I mean, the way I see Hrothgar, they seem like, I mean, they fit that role of, like, the Tauren doing WoW. They're the big and beefy and stoic, but they're not, like, they don't seem brutish, so to speak. They just seem large, you know? It'll come down eventually on my side. Thanks, never give me a sword. I'm terrible at it. No, don't worry. I honestly, the channel doesn't even need mods. Like, maybe 3 people come in here at a time. But, you know, I want to make sure that I can see you when you're in here. Okay, so let's see. Thing we need to do. We're gonna hold off on this one that we got, which is the Braving New Depths, because that's a level 35 quest, and we need to worry about this first. Here we're going to... Okay, we're going to Drybone. Bam, bam, bam. Okay. I'm Eisenbart, here to search for Miss Polka. Take it. Minfilia sent word that an adventure for your description will be long. She also warned us to be wary of the Amalja. It seems we know who the culprits are at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victim safely return. What is this? Glamour Dispeller? Black Prism absorbs the magical lights woven upon a glamored piece of equipment, thus dispelling the optical illusion. Be fairly warned that dyes and company crests are also removed in the process, so that's basically just to reset your gear appearance. Reset your glamour. Eisenbart of Camp Drybone is seeking help to solve mystery of missing persons. Let us get right to it then. Minfilia names the Amalja culprits in all of this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied against the lands by Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay in the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. I love the names. Saint Adama Landama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. And the coolest thing, if you're in an FC, a guild, you can paint their logo onto your gear. Oh, that's neat. It's often put in very tasteful places. I was blown away by this. That's neat. So, like, yeah, you're literally, you can put your guild seal somewhere. So, like, you know, like a little shoulder patch or something, or maybe like the corner of a coat, like a tag, you know, like a North Face, you know, tag would be at like the corner of the zip up. Is it that much like where you can decide where it goes on the equipment's skin, or how open is that you can do that with? Just probably I would see the D before Mongo Scratcher sent out, but I know what the major something. Depending on each chest armor, often on the collar, shoulder blades, or chest. Okay, each item ID is set in stone. Gotcha. Would you secure the remains for me? You find on the Eastern Road. 12 billing, you may even come to learn something of what the Amalja seek in this area. Okay. Unsolved mystery. Retrieve ripe corpses. We're not going to ask what those are being used for either. Because anybody who asks you to get them a ripe corpse, someone you probably shouldn't trust with a corpse. Oh. Oh, we had an accident. Ah! Highway robbery. Okay. It's one. What are these? Like humans or whatever. I need to start having like a reference list of 14 information. So the higher are the humans, right? And then the Elysian are the elf people. Let me check this really quick. Yeah, the higher are the humans, Mikote are the cats, Elysian are the elves, Rodagon are the big people, but you are specifically you said Hrothgar. So that's one of the Rodagon, right? And then Lalafell. Okay. Or no, because that's Helgard and Seawolves. There is so much to the okay. I'm trying to learn too much of it at once, and I'm confusing myself here. Depending on each chest armor, right? Yeah. You'll eventually get Black Mage down the path you're heading. Can't wait for you to get into the later mechanics. A ton of fun, and the power fantasy is very vivid for them. Ara is the dragon folks. Viera the rabbit folks. Oh, okay. Let's just wrap it up with there is so much. True. Yeah. No, it'll be definitely just one of those things you just kind of spend more time and I am excited to be learning new things about this game for the next like 2 years. Because that is always a fun period of playing a new and complete MMO. It was good to see you returned. Were you able to secure me the remains of our fallen? Yeah. These poor souls appears to have been ravaged by an Amal-Jah before sitting around to several turns of the sun. And they are out there for a few days. With the bodies given back to proper to the earth, souls will find their way across the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what are the Amal-Jah? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Also, there were Amal-Jah remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the low-born disappearing is all but confirmed. But I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amal-Jah raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great, and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in these vanishings? People doing this. Right, yeah. Total's too great, questions too many, yeah. So there's gotta be something else going on. How are we gonna figure it out? That's a good question. Some things that are designed in the path of new folks. You are designated as a sprout, so you are invited to a special chat with mentors. Mentors. Yeah, I know about sprouts and mentors. Yeah, and I remember playing with that a little bit initially, and then I watched a video that said avoid mentors. So I just kind of didn't go back into that. Let's see. Now, if any player is in an instance with someone who has never completed it before, they get Buku tokens, or Buku tokens and good. Okay, gotcha. So you get a big old bonus when you help out someone who's lower level with you. And further, if you play with a mentor, you get amplified XP. Oh! It's kind of like the recruiter friend system in WoW, but you're not, you know, required to get someone else to play the fucking game for you, or buy a new account. GMs tend to side with sprouts in disputes. They understand your impressions in POV are most important. That's a really good company policy. No, don't worry about the one in spam. That's all really helpful. Yeah, I mean, that is an interesting thought, right? Like, as a company and as a game development company, you are wholly dependent on new people coming in to your MMO. MMOs are just a MMOs essentially are just a pyramid scheme, but for people's time, right? You know, the game companies at the top, and they pay people for their time to make the game, and those people make the game so other people can come in and play the game, and those people play the game so they can get better, and then form groups that require other people to join them, so now that person's in charge, so they have more people under them, and then you have guilds, and you have hierarchies in those guilds. It's all just a big old pyramid scheme, or a reverse funnel system, but for people's time, and there's nothing wrong with that, because it's just, you know, how those things work. But what it does mean is that it requires new, you know, just like the same with pyramid scheme, you need new money all the time. You need new people all the time. So, you know, as a company, it's like, yeah, actually, it sounds really clever to to basically favor your new clients, favor your new customers, mainly because they don't have a learned understanding of the value they have in the game. Whereas the players who've been here for a couple of years, you know, if they maybe don't get favored in the dispute, it's like, yeah, well, you've already been playing for a couple of years. You're probably still going to be here tomorrow. If it's not a ban situation or anything. Whereas the new player might quit over something like that. So, but I guess at the end, you know, it still does mean the more you play the game, the less likely you're going to win in an argument against a new player or a dispute. That's an interesting dynamic, but I totally agree with the reasoning behind it. Eisenbard aims to turn us investigation of common folk. I would bet you more games do that too than we're actually aware of. I bet you it's not even just Final Fantasy. I just never thought about it that way. Some miss here. Okay. Let's say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves. It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungist, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn, quaffing away at the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him, unless he's not like to speak with you. I learned quaff means to drink. The more you know. The promises the story made to me back in 2014, I straight up paid for each expansion out of wanting to support the development. I stayed in WoW until just about last September, yet I piped in the dough to them knowing it was the more full experience. The full expression of the game's story is on another level. I think that is absolutely true. I think that WoW's story was written... I mean... Final Fantasy obviously comes as a linear descendant of JRPGs, whereas World of Warcraft is a linear descendant of, you know, I would wager say D&D, right? Which are two, like, I mean, you could say like they're totally different and convergently evolved or convergently evolved styles. They both ended up making MMOs out of their thing, but they come from two completely different game styles, or at least not completely, right? There's similarities between JRPGs and you know, like D&D, but it is stylistically and like the vibe of the game style is totally different, and I think that that strength of the JRPG roots, I guess with the right execution, clearly, didn't work back in 2010 initially, but it really, really helps them structure a world, because it's, you know, D&D is about campaigns. You know, it's about going out and doing like a little campaign, and then you're done, and you go on to the next campaign. It may not even be the same world, whereas, you know, this is like a long, extended universe. I'll go further than that. Final Fantasy is best FF hands down, and it's not even a competition. It's a shame it's locked behind account creation, sitting at a computer for 6 months, etc. I wish more people were exposed to it. I could praise it higher, but you're only starting. Fellow DM, I have never DM'd. I played, when I started, I played for like a little bit. I initially dabbled with Pathfinder, and I really liked that. And then I think I played either 4th or 5th edition, or it was either 3rd. I can't remember if it was 3rd, 4th, or 5th. It wasn't the one that highly accentuated like gearing up and statting and stuff like that, which I think was 5th edition. And we played a little bit of that, but very fun, but also just kind of not my thing, because again, there's maybe I'm a lazy gamer, but creating the story yourself is fun, but it's not what I want to have to do every Tuesday night, you know? I would rather, you know, sometimes I want to just turn on the game and have a story already there that's really good that I can go digest and enjoy, and I think Final Fantasy brings that to the table, right? I don't have to bring my story, but they do not restrict you from creating your own stories within the game. So I think it literally has the best of both worlds. They've got their cake and they're eating it too. I kept hearing howling and a dog, and I had no idea that simple minion did all this. Oh, yeah, no. When I got him, like, okay, so because you get the curl first from this guy in and you know, or I'm sure you may have remembered or whatever, but what is it? He's in Lenosia Western. No. Where was he? He was... No. One of these. It was one of these. It was one of the little docks, yeah. Coach, 8-year-old cat. The curl's super cute, too. But here's what I made my decision when I got them, right? So you get the curl first, and I had that out. By the way, test of any good game is that you can pet the cat, and you can pet the dog. So the cat's petting animation is like cleaning its face. Frick, man, I can't believe you fly through it that well. I'm an admin for my day job. I work in spreadsheets and data systems all day for, you know, hundreds of employees. Like, this is not difficult for me to deal with that map. Just I've seen a lot worse, you know, organizational systems. There are minions you can beckon and poke as well. Really? Hold on. All right, let me suddenly poke. Do I have to do it multiple times? You can sometimes call them to your shoulder or feet. Oh, okay. Okay, so the curl kitten doesn't take those, but it does take the pets, right? The pets always return the grooming. Here's why the dog is better. Here's why the dog is infinitely better. When you pet the dog, he rolls over. Okay? You can scratch his belly, and that is why this is going to be the only minion I keep out for the rest of the game. This is the best minion in the game, and I got it first. World first. Yee! It says that they're submissive or non-independent. They tend to listen to those. Yeah, so it was, these guys were... Main guy. Independent. Yeah. Behavior independent. The wind-up airship is obedient, but I don't know if it'll take any. Yeah, you didn't know it did that? Yeah, no, that was the first thing I tried. That when I got it, I'm like, can I pet this dog? And you can, and that's how you know it's a good game. If you can pet the dog, it's a good game. You can bet your ass if they're thinking about that, they're thinking about everything else. The personalities are in the menu. Yeah. So they're independent. The ones I have, both the cat and the dog, their personalities are labeled as independent. So I think that means that they won't listen. Oh, is he looking at me? Is he looking? No, he was just looking. Okay. Yeah, come on. What poor people think. What? Oh, okay. You're gonna be up there, aren't you? I love that you target the dog that has the full targeting reticle. Like you can see which. yeah. It's like a tiny little raid boss. Yeah, and it cuts the flank zone. Yeah, I see that. So you know exactly how to backstab it. Yeah. Yeah, beckon response. Yeah, here. Let me see. Or wait, since we're friends. If you're around me, I can just see you on the map, right? Isn't that what you said? Oh. Okay, I can't just see you on the map, but... Oh. Oh, need it off your shoulder. Make on with Beckon, bad example. Oh, but oh, okay, gotcha. Like orange names. Yeah. Right here. Yeah. Well, that's really cool there. Whoa, a little swoop-de-whoop. Oh, I think your appearance may be... There you go. Yeah, he just went up there. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's nice. That's clever detail. So, what is... I hesitate to even ask. Is there like a WoW head for Final Fantasy? Don't tell me what it is. Just tell me if it exists. So that I just know to look for that later when I actually want to use it. Or if I'm wasting my time. Because I might want to use it for like hunting pets and stuff like that, you know, or hunting collectibles later on, but I don't even want to have the option to look at it. So Wowhead as a product, no, there is 0 data mining. Oh, true, right, I heard about it. Yeah, as a database, yes. Okay, so there's like a wiki. Yep, treading lightly, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid it pretty much entirely, except for like choice things I just want to quickly understand, like about certain systems. You know, I like that Starbird. Alright, sick. So let's see. This guy, he's up on top of the thing, I think. Because he's not poor, apparently. My Starbird's a gigantic spoiler. Okay. Just have it. Yeah, it has no context. It just looks like a little bird you have, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna, like, I hope I forget that so I don't, like, put the... it probably won't mean anything. Oh, inside, right, and downstairs. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's this fricker. It's you! You're the fucking guy who was like being all creepy and shit. Got me thinking that bloody adventure you threw me back in Old Dog, and someone else do you want me now? Missing people, please help. Yours, Eisenbard. Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Play them all for fools and coax some hard labor out of them. I did. Just have it out. Oh, and quaffing? Nice. I like that. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, this game and also Elder Scrolls Online have really solid emote systems. Like, incredibly good emote systems. Like, probably the best two games for RPers. I mean, I guess, well, you know, obviously there's still, like, you know, there's plenty of places that are solely RP. But as far as MMOs for RPing, ESO and Final Fantasy are killing it for in that department. I think Final Fantasy still has the edge on appearances and stylization and diversity of all that stuff, though. Each emote you have, you can pair it with the facial emote structure as well. So you can poke plus angry face or something and what? Oh, that's so funny! Holy shit! Wow, that's really advanced. Okay, never mind. This is way more advanced than ESO. ESO just has a lot of different emotes. This is really cool. I didn't know you could like combine stuff. So they really put a lot of work into their engine, their rigging system. If anything, they're even more timid than before. With you can tell them yourself. You don't believe me, okay? I just keep seeing you in the background. It's funny. You're like a recurring character for my in my timeline. Have you seen bards yet? Yes. Yep. I've seen plenty of bards. So it was Conjurer first before I tried Thaumaturge. So I spent plenty of time in New Gridania. Please, sir, just leave me be. I think the bard system is really cool, but it does seem like latency. I don't know. I haven't. I've seen people giving a performance, but I haven't, like, you know, gone through anything that was more played up. Maybe people were just rehearsing in public or something. Been assaulted by Nickelback? Probably. I'm not one of those people that hates Nickelback too much, but it's not something I'm gonna go looking for. I probably have, though. One thing all I will say, though, is that it does seem like a system that's heavily affected by latency. Either that or everybody can't keep a solid beat. So, I imagine its latency is the issue, and I wish, I'd like to see them figure out a different way of doing that, you know. I wonder how that might happen. You know, even if it was just maybe on like a 5-second delay, and technically while you're giving in a performance as a bard, they have you as an instanced thing, kind of weird, or sort of somewhat of like an instant state where the inputs you record in what time are sent with a 5-second delay, and then those are played out in the exact time that they've been recorded without that latency, you know, to people, as opposed to right now, which clearly is when you press a key or whatever, however the bards work and how they play notes. It seems it's just like immediate response across the server for every key press. So that's the one thing you know, otherwise I would absolutely be playing a bard right now because I'm a musician and I would love to like play around with that, but what do you call it? It just doesn't seem too rigorous yet. The whole system doesn't work perfectly. You know what I mean? Like listening to someone play "Sweet Child of Mine," right, with just the constant 16th notes, like you can hear the gaps and the ones that are too long and too short, and Yeah, I picked up guitar during COVID, and I know what you mean. Yeah. Yep. So I will say they need to evolve that tech so that it's better observed. I bet you for the bard playing, it sounds perfect, but it's the listeners on the other side probably are not, you know, or they don't have that same experience. It's still one of those they didn't need to go that hard situation. That's true. They didn't need to do this at all. You're 100% right about it. The fact that that player-made music exists in the game at all is fantastic. So you have me there. You need to see a performance with less people. It helps mask that staccato. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I would definitely like to see a larger group perform, and see maybe how, when it's a collective group, maybe the time fluctuations even out and stuff. But yeah, I wonder when you're watching someone play or when people play, is it always being played live with some sort of input, or are they like recording into like a, you know, some sort of in-game UI where you set up like MIDI notes or whatever, you know, and it just auto plays? Is there anything like that, or do you have to manually play those things every time? Have to have concerts at the Gridani and Limp Scyther. Okay. Well, the concert? Yeah, okay. But yeah, I am curious about that. If you're able to, like, you know, record what you want the inputs to be and have it autoplay so it's perfect, or if you actually have to execute it. You can inject MIDI, yes, and you can set up a kind of Guitar Hero track, or so truly it is them using JavaScript. There is ones that just rip it off automatically. Okay, so you can automate it. Okay, but you could also, if you can inject MIDI, then you could play off of a keyboard. You could play off of anything. You could. That's actually really, really cool. For concertos, it's very obviously boxing. Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine, because the magic of it is that someone's musical creation is being played in a fucking MMO of, you know, 12 accounts. That's insane on its own. I don't care if it's botted, right? That's crazy. So no, that's such a cool thing. I love that players put on concerts for each other in this. I don't think I don't think there is another game that does this. I'm trying to think of another game that allows players the ability to create music. I know ESO has a bard class, but I don't think they can play the notes themselves. You can indeed do that. You're going to hear Linkin Park at some point beyond the wall. On the freaking gun to the I'm ready, dude. That's so cool. You know, for me, I don't know anything. I swear, please don't kill me. Please do not record and monetize that kind of thing on YouTube, since that's just begging law. She's for sure. Yeah. So they probably, I'm assuming they shut down channels, or maybe they action accounts or whatever who are posting and publicizing copyrighted music that they're playing with their Lalafell band. But I've heard Squeenix's policy on bans and stuff, and, you know, treating players with mods and stuff and how they use them. I like the whole, you know, if we don't see it, we're not going to do anything about it. I like their philosophy. If you're not being obvious about it, you know, then we're not going to go hunting you down. But if we see it, we're going to action your account. You know, that's very fair. Every time I run all the way up, he's inside. They have said please. Okay, yeah. That area has just been a please understand. Yeah. They haven't actioned. Okay. In fact, they have not actioned many BGM YouTubes for a while, though they recently came down due to Endwalker and its budget. Okay. The budget for music in Endwalker is the highest it's ever been financially, they noted in a dev. Wow. I did hear of, like, some recent actions or whatever, because people, you know, advertising things with a posing mod or whatever, which, it's like, you know, stop self-reporting. I don't know, like, you can't really be mad at devs for for banning for something they say they would ban for, and then you're basically indicting yourself on that. Like it's the big RP event. They're gonna have a club event or something, and they paid for a billboard, and then they got banned because the billboard was clearly made using posing add-ons. There's such good faith from the base that yeah, when they stress and ban people, you gotta roll. Yeah, it's just you just trust that it's the right call, you know. And honestly, it's pretty easy to trust that, considering none of us work for the company, so it's not like we really know what's going on. You know, at the end of the day, and I think Yoshi-P would agree with this, because he said this, like, if you enjoy the game, play it. If you don't play it. That's it. Just you know, decide what you're gonna do with your wallet. You know, you don't have to go fight a company because you think a ban was unjust. Just, you know, don't play the game anymore. Don't give them your money if you disagree with them. Whatever. It's a very non-drama way of addressing business, which I think has fallen by the wayside. A lot of companies try to have a personal relationship with their customer base. And it just asks for people to judge them like real humans because they're trying to, you know, be personable. It's like, you're a corporation. You don't need to tell me about how much you care. You know, care about the product, care about our business relationship. I don't need you to care about issues and tell me about it. Speaking of a man named Marquez, he tends the graves of the Lich Yard. He will tell you where the body is to be interred. Okay, so we're burying the body now. Yeah, something like that. I think ripe corpses. Ripe corpses we're gonna go dump. I don't know why he was so specific about the type of corpses we got him. Marquez! Buddy. Oh, chin up. Oh, God. Okay, so this is something I've noticed since I've swapped from playing Elizin to Lalafell. Now, whenever I talk to someone, I can't see their face unless I zoom in and point up, because they're staring down at me. It's so, like, this is the one downside I've noticed to Lalafell is yeah, it's so good. I didn't realize until now that I was having to do this so often, but yeah, it's literally just because I'm so short now. You also later on some NPCs and cutscenes will kneel for you. That's nice. I mean, it's really, like, this is just kind of tedious, right? Like, and if I were designing the game, I can't say I would have ever noticed this or thought about this, that Lalafells would have this issue. You're playing through the game and you can't see anyone's face because they're all looking down at you. Also, when they sit in chairs in town, they have to hop up where they have a whole frame lined up to get it. That's so awesome. Marquez, yes, a body, of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial and there's an empty grave atop the ridge, take the path and lay him to rest there. Okay. Lay the embalmed corpse at the gravesite. And he's gonna come alive! Okay. I thought... Okay. Okay, we still have to bury it. Okay, I thought we were done. And I'm like, okay. We told him we'd bury it. I know he's not gonna walk up this hill, but... Okay, well that's not even buried. We just covered in some rocks. Alright, well... We're really half-assing this job right now. Oh, God. Why? Just got me. And just throw... Yeah, just throw a can of rocks on top very solemnly, and lay the body down. One boulder, boom. Just lands in his midsection, his arms and legs go up for a second. Oh, get it. He's not gonna come check this. It'll be fine. The crows will take care of it. Yeah, I love it. There are flies nearby too. There's like whole, like swarms of flies just nearby. Ah, this is a fine place. Fine place. Oh, he's a respected member of the community. They'll love it here. They'll love it here. He's up on a hill. Can hear them. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Oh, that tripped me out. I thought my camera was linked on the gravestone. I thought I was a gravestone for. There we go. Okay. May they all walk with dolls around. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orson can. She has been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why though. Pardon me. You'll find Sister Orson within the church walls. Marquez has got some fucking skeletons in his closet. There's something off about that guy. I hear you have done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Yeah, we could say that. Yeah. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Eisenbar when you next see him. You seek knowledge of missing drybone inhabitants. It is true I am closer to the people than any other of the Order. You can find them, and they and me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. So like the Pope. Should I learn anything pertinent, I'll be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marquez would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep, indeed. He seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marquesan soon. Thancred, why are you bringing drama to the PTSD riddled janitor at the cemetery? Guy already makes like $3 an hour and he's working 16-hour shifts overnight. I don't know how it's possible, but he manages to stay there at night. He never sees the sun for a straight 16 hours of a shift. Guy like warps time. What am I talking about? Don't know. Ooh. You have impressions of the Scions and you only spit them and they're valid? Yeah. I have a habit of attempting to read people. Sometimes I'm good at it, sometimes I'm not. The burial is no easy thing. Even when the departed is a stranger, we're able to, or not. You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Trino? Sure you've met the best sign yet. I mean, to be fair, it is writing, right? So, like, they're obviously, they lay in the clues there. It's always written in a certain way for a specific reason. Just detect that. A pleasure, my dear. I was warming things. It's I share a passion with you and mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I too spoke of Ungust more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service of the gods. Oh, wait, was Ungust one of the concerned city dwellers in that cinematic and the vision I had? Where he was saying that, like, the people were going to come in and, like the refugees were going to be a problem. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors away from prying eyes. Who better take pious unawares than she who takes confession, the good Sister Orson herself? Orson, she wouldn't. She couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend. You would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. What? He's saying Orson did it? Still, the Witchkeeper Marquez, I'd swear to the 12 that I've seen that face elsewhere before. I'm gonna need to complete another quest so I can understand what is happening here. One. Okay. Eisenbart is concerned about the questions surrounding Sister Orson's integrity. Sister Orson. It cannot be, though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own. and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children. But no, it could not be she, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy, Trino. Pray seek. And see if you cannot glean something from him about Orson's activities. What's she up to? Caitlin? You got a quest. Woman in need of meat. Hey, yo. It's you again. What impeccable timing. Oh, you needn't worry. I'm not going to ask you to put down any more mongers on my dead fiance's behalf. My fiance is survived by a brother, though. He puts up at the Golden Bazaar, and he's asked that I bring him a load of tuka meat. I'd see to it myself, but as you all know, I must stay here to send adventurers on mongrel hunts until every last one of the bloody beasts in Eorzea is dead. I suppose what I'm trying to say is, would you care to fell some tuka and obtain 5 chunks of their meat? Once you have enough, please deliver them to Fancy's brother, Benegar at the Golden Bazaar. Sure. The suggestive quests. I mean, I love it. Like, clearly, the writers love their job, and they have fun with it. And because the game itself isn't trying to immerse... It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. The game is so story-driven and so story-centric, but I also don't feel like I get pulled out of that immersion because I never feel like actually immersed like this is a real big old world. It more feels like a story that I'm able to engage with my avatar in like a larger, hate this word, metaverse, right? But there's many other things to do in that metaverse itself, right? And that's just the MMO part. And it's that larger thing that doesn't try to immerse you like you're not just playing a video game. It's very apparent that this is always just us hanging out in a video game, and they don't try to hide that. So I guess that's why, like, it's so much easier to digest everything, and when they put jokes like that into the quests, I don't feel like they've ruined my immersion because I was never immersed in such a, like, you know, nose up kind of way. I just, you know, you could just enjoy it. It's just fun. Gonna be 100 no cap Stag Liddy with, you know, I know this heading story-wise, and I wish so hard to be leaned up at the conclusion, but I cannot recall how to get there. It's been so long. I believe in you. But you got limited time. I'm gonna do this stake and claims thing here first before I continue with the MSQ. We just said nose up kind of way. It's going to sneak its way into your heart with that kind of outlook. Yeah, and what I mean is, like, the nose up kind of way is, like, you know, where you're playing a game and it's very immersive and it takes itself so seriously that when they try to be funny, your response, because of the way the game has trained you, is, come on, don't do that. Like, you're breaking my immersion. Like, that's the nose up kind of response I feel that I would get if I were playing something like WoW and they tried to, you know, get all kooky and crazy, right? I'd be like, can we just get back to, like, the Warcraft vibes? You guys don't need to be, you know, so, you know, you don't need to make it all silly, right? You guys can be serious here. Like, come on, let's get some good story. And that's how I am in WoW, because WoW takes itself seriously. So you take the game seriously. Here, Final Fantasy is just good, and it's not like, the game's so not insecure. I love it. Like, it's so, like, it doesn't care what you think. It's like, here's everything, and everything all stands up on its own so well that it's like, it's confident. It doesn't have to, you know, take itself seriously and guide your experience so heavily. You're open to to coin a manager word, teachable, so I think you'll go well. Yeah. Mention IT service desk. Okay, yeah. Yep. I get that. I work closely with ours. Yep, I'm the basically just the other side of that the corporate side, or the other side of the agents, where, you know, the attendants and their PTO, you know, all that fun stuff. Right? Spreadsheets for managers, running reports, all that fun business. But we used to be an in-office business. Like, we would, you know, operate out of offices. And we're an insurance company, or an insurance brokerage. So we sell insurance for lots of different companies, and so we got a lot of salespeople on the phone. But we're now remote since COVID, and holy shit, that IT team, like, just got slaughtered through COVID with tech issue after tech issue, us having to send equipment back to them, or agents having to send equipment back. Oh, it's not working. They can't figure out what's wrong with it. They can't validate that something's wrong with it. Like, that was probably the roughest time our IT department has had in the entire company's history. Yeah, now it's work where you want. Yep. Which means it's on IT to make sure that shit's not problems. Professional services, we'd call it. Okay. Down the road, I may share my client, but it is insurance bound. Huh. Very cool. Yep. I'm at a it's an up and coming, so to speak, in the it's public. I think maybe 2 years ago. I've heard of Select Quote. It being insurance, I'm obviously not going to go much, you know, too far into any details. Just because I don't want to fuck with HIPAA shit and say something I don't mean to, but yeah. Pretty fun. Mainly Medicare. Medicare insurance is the department I'm working in. But I started as sales and just didn't really... I mean, it's a lot of weight having to discuss with an elderly person their very important insurance and taking upon changing that insurance when everything's fine, but, you know, hey, you'll earn $80 if you change their plan to something else that would also cover them. Just very... there's a lot of weight, and I couldn't do it all day, so I as soon as the previous admin quit, I jumped on that position right away and made it a much more important position than it was at the start. Brother Keiko, yeah. Outsourcing, but the relationship is 10 years strong. Doing you for recognizing, yeah. What is this? Hold on. Bracelets, okay. Oh wait, I don't want those. That's crit, but actually direct hit bit. Mine direct hit and int. Let's see. No, okay, so none of these. Where are we with the church? I just said, wait, do we cut the cousin? No, I believe I was doing a thing for the lady who needed my meat. Must be opportunity Golden Bazaar. Mythical Gods before the I said before, only beginning. More and more than will flock in the coming. Yeah, okay. Yep. You got it. Alright. Oh. We got markers on a map. Uncombed urchins. Side quest, yeah. Yep. Seeing went all out. Found the order. Inside. So shiny thing she won't look for. What if the monster's outside her? Please find her. What's this? Okay. Putting up hiring notices. Bam bam. How can I don't know if you know this. You know how NPCs, unnamed, I guess they're not even NPCs. They're almost even just set dressing. They'll have their speech bubbles. Is there a way to get those speech bubbles to appear in chat? Or is this just like a set dressing visual thing? And not like actual chat? I'll try and give another example. I'll walk over these guys. They'll probably do it. These guys, right here, yeah. Brother, boy, what? I'm guessing you're gonna say I don't want that, right? or either that, or you're gonna say that this is something we've been wanting for a very long time. We must needs go to nano communication for that. That is anti-Yoshi P tech. Ah, okay. So mod only, essentially, not native. I'm not really super interested in you know, using any add-ons. I was heavy into tech when I was playing WoW Classic. To the degree, like, if you played WoW Classic, I sold world buffs in that, and I sold summoning services, and I found a summon location that required about 30 hours of setup to get to, which I did, and it was literally ungriefable. Even if you could fly hack, you had a very hard, you were very hard pressed to try and kill me if you could even fly hack. This is how I was literally, if you want to know, I was in between a wall that happened to have a separation in between it, where it wasn't like a normal wall where it'd just be literally a 0 thickness pane, because this was just decorative. This wasn't actually structural or anything. It was, you know, decorative thing where you'd see the outside of Dire Maul on the inside. Usually things like that would just be a single 0 thickness thing, but yeah, and killing ally, wall cooking, yeah. So, you know, behind Dire Maul, right? And you know that behind Dire Maul, there's like the rock. If you go behind the portal of Dire Maul North and you turn to the left, there's that rock. And there were some people who summoned on top of that rock. There was a way to be located on that rock, but behind the wall that rock hugged. So that, but you were also behind the wall on the other side from the front. So essentially, you could not be targeted by nameplates. You could not be tab targeted. They couldn't mouse over where you were behind the wall and click you, because you wouldn't show up on mouse over. You couldn't track where I was, because technically all of the surrounding area was considered inside, but where I was considered outside. So tracking didn't work that way. Like, it was so absurdly broken, but it did literally take like 30 hours of setup. One of the things was like literally slow fall jumping, that, you know, spamming spacebar for 45 minutes on a stuck in invisible wall so I could climb up, and then turning to the exact radial position using console commands to know where my position is, and then pressing W with rocket boots and slow fall and just careening at thousands of feet up from AQ all the way to Dire Maul, slow falling down. Like, literally, the best time I have ever had an MMO was doing that, and it was to deal with the insane levels of griefing that were happening. I was paying you a ton of money back then. It was an LHSMA service, and we had to this get in buff. Yeah. Yep, I was on Herod US. Herod US Horde. And my summon company brand was, because I started my summons in Songflower, and there also found my way inside a tree which your nameplate could not be seen from any side of the tree because you were too far if you were in the middle. So Horde couldn't see your nameplates. We wanted Herod, but that was the first call before day 1, and they blew. We're like, oh, 5 stars, and Santa was done with them. Yeah. Yep. Can't believe we held out for Herod. We wanted to quick XP and give up. So Herod was, the whole reason I was on Herod was kind of a meme. I started on Farlina because I was like, you know what? I want to see these big events. I want to see these big PvP events. I know the streamers are going to do it. So I just want to see that happen. So I went on Farlina, and was playing Alliance first, like level 53, and then I was watching Asmongold, and he raided Herod, because Herod is the self-proclaimed private server. It's where all of the people from Northdale private server and from Light's Hope private server, they all those guilds went to Herod. Most of them, I should say, not all of them. So, like, you know, TL, Checkmate, you know, these ones that had been in Northdale for a very long time were all there. And so they already had all this tech established, and Herod was incredibly competitive. We didn't know that. We just went there for the meme, because Asmongold raided the server. So, did you get your, oh, your guy, yeah, I got my tank knocked off fairly well. I went very hard towards the end of Classic, not towards the beginning. So, when I started playing in Classic, when I was already, you know, a person who played WoW, and was very hyped for Classic to come out. Just on the one account, did the Priest first up to 53 as Alliance, raided the server on Herod, and played on Asmongold's guild, which no one ever played, or he nor any Asmongold related person actually ever played in. Just ended up being a group of people, and actually a really solid guild. You know, played that and was as a shaman when I first went over to that server, but I got to about level 35 and realized I was going to need gold in order to pay for my mount. I had like 20 gold. So I'm like, okay, let me go level a mage really quick, because I know there's like some spots I could probably farm some gold even at like level 30 as a mage. And I can get to level 30 really quick, I bet, with this AoE farming shit that people are doing in this spell cleave. So, what was it that Olympus? Olympus was on Fairlina. When we went to Herod, Asmongold did it as a meme just to do for a day of content. He'd never actually played on it, but he started the guild called Hades on Herod. And that was the guild I joined and played in for a good, probably 7 months on that server, until it completely imploded because the GM was a fucking asshole and we all hated him. Like, there was a mass exodus at a certain point, and it was just like one of Asmongold's main tanks or something over in Olympus was running our guild, so he really didn't have his priorities with us. But yeah, so now at the time I was still pretty bad. Wasn't like parsing or anything, but one of the mages in our guild really was quite good, and he kind of showed me the ropes as to how to actually play well. It being Classic, it wasn't too complicated, me being a mage too. So, but I figured out the basics of like proper cooldown usage, thinking about using consumables, actually getting world buffs, putting time in and really min-maxing, getting every buff that helps you, and seeing the actual difference from that. And once I had my first experience of killing a boss, fully world buffed, full consumes and everything, and just destroying meters pressing one button, I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this is fucking awesome. Like, holy shit, I'm like, oh my god, this is sinful how powerful I am right now. I'm critting for 2k, what? Like, it was so crazy, and that's, I loved world buffs. Anyone who says that world buffs ruined the game, you died too quick on trash. I'm sorry. That's all it is. That's why you hate world buffs, because you died too quick. That's why. You never finished a raid with your world buffs on. World buffs were insane. They changed the way you played completely. It was like, I mean, it literally felt like an intended mechanic where I mean, that might show up in like a gacha game or something, but might actually be fun, where you farm for a really long time for like a super power up, and then you use that, and for like the next hour, you're a god. That shit is just always a super fun mechanic and pattern that never gets old. It never gets old to give people, say, hey, you can work really hard and put in a lot of time, and for a limited time, be incredibly powerful. You know, it's not going to break the game. Like, you're not going to, you know, be able to, like, it's not going to be infinite. If you die once, it's all gone, just so you know, right? So high risk, high reward. I loved it. That mechanic, that idea never gets old in video games. Yeah, genuinely, people who didn't like world buffs are people who died in the first pull. Real talk. Ruined a longer term game for sure. Well, yeah. Classic WoW 0 to 60 and its, you know, 3 raid tiers is an incredible microcosm of a game, right? Like, I think Classic WoW could be a standalone game that just runs on a season, releases until Nax finishes, right, within 3 months of progression on Nax. Like, I think it would stand up. I think it does. But what I don't think stands up anymore is the, you know, when they take that stuff out, take out what's that fun stuff. But, you know, then again, there was incredibly toxic, you know, stuff that came about connected to world buffs. I almost said because of world buffs, but that's not true. I think just the player base is the reason why world buffs led to toxic behavior of, like, you know, anti-world buffing and stuff like that or whatever. But genuinely, all of that was still fun. And even now, being the guy who was selling the summons, bro, I will never forget. I remember maybe not their names, but I remember every single player, every single Alliance character, rather, Alliance player, that I had to log on to my alt account to whisper them and cut a deal with them so they'd leave me alone. And I'd sell out some guild's buff time, right, at, like, somewhere else. Like, I had eyes on a lot of people. Like, to protect my business, I'd sold some people out. I sold some guilds out, right? And that Mafia shit, always good. Always so fun. I don't know. It's impossible to replicate that sort of thing. It just happens on its own, because it's player created. I love the sweat to a point, man. Yeah. It can only last so long, is the thing. You can only sweat for a certain amount of time, and then it's like, okay, I got to sweat it out, you know, and then it's like, okay, I got those memories, and then you're good. Well, especially with AQ. Yeah, AQ made shit even more wild. I don't know. It is interesting because the game design itself does seem to cater it towards a toxic experience. Whether that's good or bad is, I think, like you said, a function of whether you're speaking short-term or long-term. I think the game design of Classic WoW is incredibly toxic for the community, and it would always result in a toxic player base. And it did so back originally, too. Like, people, like elitist jerks, and you look at what Ian Hazacosta said on the forums about the Cthulhu fight to the devs, like, they were toxic back then, too. I think the game does that to players. It generates really good conflict. But, you know, long term, you can't have a player base like that. That's honestly why I have quit WoW more recently. Is just I can't deal with the players anymore. It's just it's always the same jaded folk, yeah, it's too much. But, you know, I don't know. It's a trade-off. Like, I really genuinely think it's worth it to do what Classic did. But it's unfortunate that that's a thing that the community that breeds can't sustain itself, you know. We were from a private service store. Yeah, officers were totally ready. Yeah. Mafia for AQ. GM was like, we get it, guys. Pumpers want to make gold for AQ. Do not talk about LHS. Drop time, get paid, come back. Yeah. So back then, like 1%. Current Classic became like 40%. Okay, true. Yeah, Classic, everything was so available and it was so common. I remember when I was an MC and I learned flasks were like 150 gold a piece, and I'm like, I will never buy that. That's ridiculous. Why would I ever pop a flask? 150 gold? And then here I am, like, in Nax, and I'm literally like spending like 3 or 4 Petri flasks per raid and refreshing superior or whatever the you know the spell power one each time because I'm trying to keep world buffs, and I'm like well, I was basically an oil prince at the end of the game there, but like I think long term it really hurts though, because you get into TBC and it's like, well, now we're no longer riding that curve of change and experiencing the server's tech growing. Now we're just at 100 miles an hour already, and it's just a constant grind to keep up, and TBC is just not fun anymore because of that. I think the ride up is really fun, but it never comes back down. Dog wants out? Yeah. I am considered a mascot of the guild, and I stepped away, but invited to a wedding with members, and man, we're at a wedding table and they're chatting about next week's. You actually better have 10k with you raids, yeah. You've posted all 5, you're a 12 cent, but I truly don't want to let this chance pass by. Here, take 5 more hiring notices and see them straight to the hands of whatever folk you see loitering about, okay? Bored out of my gourd, there is no work to be had. I'm bored out of my gourd. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm bored out of my gourd. I lost my primal nethers from my smithing bis, perma bis entire expansion to PvP click. Quit once we got Vash after 4 years. Oh no. Yeah, that sucks. I've got a buddy who's still playing right now. Well, I don't know. He was playing when I quit, but he was planning on quitting at the end of TBC before Wrath. I felt bad for him. He's a mage in a guild progressing TBC, and like, but they had this melee click that just like they'd get double, triple lust. They like literally wouldn't give a lust to the arcane mage. Wouldn't stock a shadow priest. Wouldn't stock or give him an innervate because that needed to go to like the fucking seal twisting red pally or something. Like they're yeah, brown click is huge. I know, and like it sucks because they were so you're going to be live at time. Yeah, I can tell. No, it's like I'm not gonna put any more energy into it than I need to at this point. Because I'm out of the game now, but my take on it was Warriors were, I mean, they were insanely good and fun, satisfying, and respectable to play as well in Classic. In TBC, they're not, but the Warriors know they're gonna be really good at the end of in Wrath. At the end. In Wrath, though, they'll be really good. So they just forget that there's like a whole year and a fucking half between there and go, Warrior's basically still good. That's the logic. That's Warrior brain. So they go, well, we were just really good. We're not really good now, but don't think about that. And we'll be really good again in like next expansion, whenever that is. Don't think about what patch I'm talking. Don't think about that at all. What that I mean, just stop. We're basically still good. That's how Warriors think, and it's literally the experience that this guy was having in raids all the time, and you know, I was literally had to play emotional support for him so much like after his raids. Yeah, no, but it was sad because like I mean I played Arcane Mage, and I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but as far as I understand it, in any game with damage numbers systems like you know World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy, usable cooldowns are probably the biggest modifier to a kit if everyone's sort of in the same general vicinity as for their constant filler damage, right? So Warlocks and Arcane Mages have the same filler damage levels. If we spam Arcane Blast versus they spam Shadow Bolt or whatever, it's going to be about the same. The cooldowns are what make the difference. Arcane Mages stock come with a 20% spellcast increase, so that's just flat on any other synergy you had to go with that, and then a fucking 20% spell damage increase, like with the arcane power. It seemed to me, regardless of what, you know, oh, you have to innervate a mage or whatever, the fact that you have both of those cooldowns native and they don't take up trinket slots either on the arcane mage, and they're on 2 and 3 minute cooldowns and not 5, their toolkit is so incredibly overpowered for burst, it's insane, and they are probably the most underutilized class for their actual worth in current rating. That's my opinion, but then again, I quit before we downed Muru, so. Lead a PvP click took Ashbringer from me for PvP and Nax on a flipped call. I wanted it for RP beauty reasons, and now he can't get the offhand from Illidan. And I'll bet you had some superstitious people with the sweat. Oh, that's actually really funny. He thinks because he took Ashbringer from me, he's been punished on Illidan. Well, no, he's a paid sub for me to come in. He's paid a sub for you to come in and seed. Hope you get this. To a raid or seed a raid ID and luck him into a drop. Really? Hold on. So he's... I need a second. So, the guy had paid for someone else who he thinks could seed the raid ID to make the item drop, to also take your position in that raid so that he doesn't have to compete with you for that item so he can immediately get it. That is such a level of, like, oh, but it'll happen to me. Like, that guy really thinks, oh, no, am I totally misreading what's happening here? Okay. I thought it was like the guy's literally hoping like all these things line up on the 1 week he's paid someone to show up and seed the raid and hope the thing drops and you're not there and he gets the item or whatever. BOD, because that's, okay. Superstition. Our guild loves to create luck of whoever zone in first creates the Minecraft. Yeah, I'm familiar. Yep. So you're saying like it is just he's just paid someone to seed the raid? He's that kind of guy? Is there a particular reason he wanted that person to seed the raid? So me being whatever I am to LHS, a lucky charm. I come in and touch open seed, he thanks me. Oh, he's paid you as the sub. Okay, that's so funny. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's honestly like, you know, okay, you know, that clicked. He paid your actual sub, your actual subscription. He paid for a month of your actual subscription so you could physically log in to seed the raid for him. That is funny. I had that thought just the other day, actually. I had this paranoia in my head, like, did I cancel my sub with, like, inexplicably somehow? I am not an officer in my guild, but did I inexplicably somehow log off with, like, thousands of gold of guild materials in my bags? I don't know why. I had this feeling that I did that. I've never, you know, muled guild mats or anything like that. I'm not holding guild mats. I've never collected them and turned them in. Like, I just had this paranoia that I logged off with fucking, you know, thousands of gold and worth of mats and canceled my account. And my thought was, well, if it's really worth that much, they'll pay the $15 for it back, won't they? And then buy me pizza and stuff for my luck or my blessing. It's cute. That's cute. Yeah. Starboard, you saw early 1% drop on a 20-minute dungeon. Wow. I have it. My FC hates me. You may only see a couple more in your playtime. That sounds, hold on, I have to check the drop rate on it. It sounds like something I got in World of Warcraft on my retail account. Let me look up what it's called. Going to the old cursed wowhead.com and Magister's Terrace. And then BRD, or okay, so yeah, like Savage Gladiator Chain, SGC, yeah. I wanted to see though, maybe where's the pet in here? Slots? Type. Bag, cloak, engineering, mail armor. Oh, let's flip this around. No, it drops off of Kilthos. What else? Which one of you is it? I'm just gonna open all 4 of you. Why are there 4 different? I mean, I know why. It's because they brought him back so many times. But there's literally now 4 or 5 different Kilthos Sunstriders on Wowhead. all completely different Kalithoses with different health pools, abilities, locations. It's on upper U. Yeah, I can't speak it. I'm specifically looking for Selena, Priestess Delris. Okay, so here's the one. It's a pet that comes from Magister's Terrace. I believe it might be from normal as well, but I'm not, why am I not actually seeing it? Hold on. It was yeah, Phoenix Hatchling. It is a, is it actually? Okay, it's an 8% drop. It's not a 1%. Okay. Now, can I seal twist blood into Crusader and kill myself on trash? Yes. Or I think it's the other way around. I haven't twisted in a while. Paladin was a class that the only time I played Paladin was during Wrath, and that was my favorite time to play Paladin. I don't have to play it in any other version. I know that that is my favorite time to play Pally, because being level 78, doing 2.5k DPS in a 5-man, was just dumb. I remember Rhett being so broken. Just read company invite from... Free companies are independent player operator. Okay, so these are the guilds. Not unlike guilds, they... Okay. I like that they just say it. While there are no restrictions on who may join a company, players cannot belong to more than one free company at a time. Companies will advance in rank as their members earn company points by undertaking various duties around a year, so guild levels. These chests will also earn companies credits, which can be used as currency to purchase various items. Former company player must first draft a petition, then get 3 other players to sign it. These 3 other players will become the founding members of the company. You're aware you don't stay brown unless you're clicked for glaives or... Hold on. You don't stay brown unless you're clicked... Yeah, for glaives or tanking TBC. So being the mascot, I had to change. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what was this? Actually, it doesn't... Hold on, I have to find... Where is it? Character... Don't tell me, I'll find it. I'm gonna learn where it is. Don't tell me. Travel party, it's probably under social. You probably should have gone there first. No. Hold on. No. Hold on. No. Hold on. Don't tell me. I'm gonna find this damn thing. I know it's in here somewhere. Also, what a fucking mess. I got so many. It's like I'm on Windows 98. Oh, Jesus. Duty Finder. It's not gonna be Duty Finder. No way it's Duty Finder. No way it's on the Duty Finder. No. Okay. Didn't think so. Oh. No. Although I look like a friggin' Chad in that picture. Travel. Party. Hold on. A free company invite. Oh, it's not available to me right now. Oh. Okay. Okay. I guess I can't join Nessie right now? Alright. Why are you... Okay. Where are you going? What? Okay, there you go. It ran away. Oh, are they at multiple locations? Oh, okay. Gotcha. They're all around town. I like the Amal Jean. Are you Tuesday, Thursday scheduling? You're talking about stream scheduling. I actually genuinely don't really follow the schedule too much. Streaming is kind of just something I do on and off. But like since I'm currently playing through this, I'm starting to feel bad when I don't stream MSQ. So now that I'm playing this more, I will probably be streaming this a lot more frequently. Usually after, after 5 Central, I'll turn it on. I'm trying to fuck around. No, it's not gonna work. I've been trying to like start my streams with like a few hours of VR, and I control that by the battery only lasts a few hours. So I've been wanting to do that, to start streams with like a VR game for a couple hours till that inevitably dies. Ha ha ha, streamers, tech issues, ha, and then we go and we play Final Fantasy MSQ. MSQ in the title, I only find you by digging through the dredges. Okay, I will do that. I avoided it at first because I got the read from somewhere that like, all these WoW refugees playing, or, lay MSQ being cringe. So I was like, I don't want to be that guy. Just another one that was like, oh, MSQ, blah, blah. Let's see. I'm going to add that. ARR MSQ. Yeah, I'll just add that so it can be searched for. Yeah, I tried to have it in the I tried to add it in the tags with the first time playthrough to help pick up some people for that, but I know mentors and MSQ Andy's want in. That's okay. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. And I am like, I can tell there's so much of this game I still need to absorb. So good point. A high road perspective. No true fan of 14 would have that take. Yeah, you're right about that. I see that. Yeah. Yep. A lover of a game isn't going to meme on people who are enjoying that game unless they're World of Warcraft players. So I bet you wherever I saw it was probably just like part of that that false flag, that 4chan false flag operation. You know about that, right? there's a trend or a thing on 4chan right now, or recently or whatever, where they organized on, probably on B or something, to essentially post as if they are Final Fantasy players, but they're actually all WoW players. And they're exactly. They're trying to be as obnoxious and horrible as they can to make people not play Final Fantasy. And it's just the funniest thing. Same person? Yeah, no, I'm actually streaming from inside your head where I live rent-free. You are the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems like gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes. While I was able to find his lost trinket, it is a ring given him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. To be fair, a lot of the topics that we talk about in MMOs and stuff are almost always topical, right? They're always about what's going on, and they, like, it seems now more than ever, well, I shouldn't say more than ever. Now again, for the first time since, I would say since, like, WoW existed at the same time EverQuest was up, right? There has not been a strong MMO enjoyers club where, you know, like, the experiences people have across different MMOs is being apparently shared and understood, even though those players may not play each other's games. They understand what other games are like by this new, I mean, it's mainly Twitch. It's mainly guys like Asmongold, Rich Campbell, who are doing a lot of good work to give exposure to these games. I mean, hell, Asmongold even played, what, the Dragonflight Alpha today, right, on stream for like 3 hours. And, you know, they're there to expose all the games and show everything that's there for people. And so it's nice to see that there's a lot more crossover. You would think they overlap, but there are classic annies who saw the curvature of Azeroth Earth and got the shadow because that, yeah, by the first one. True. So many yeah, man, classic WoW folks don't hang. Basically, we're sweaty. Yep. I mean, I am sweaty, or rather, I can be very sweaty, but it's gotta be, you know, you gotta be like, you know, everyone has to be sweaty. I don't like being the only sweaty one, you know? And if everyone's chill, I'll probably just be chill, right? But if everyone's sweaty, that is contagious, or, yeah, contagious. It's contagious as hell. I will happily hop aboard the sweat train. The guild that I was in before I stopped playing WoW, we had 2 raid teams. We had hot sweat and cold sweat. I was on hot sweat, right? Like, literally. Yeah. It is contagious, yeah. The fact that you know about Wolf be stealing and Mafia, you are 1 in 1,000. Yeah. I mean, that shit, it was like, once you got into it a little bit, if you weren't immediately scared off by that outward pressure, it really drew you in quick. I will say before, I guess I didn't connect these dots really, but before I even did any of the summoning stuff and that Mafia, I sold portals in Kargath as a mage, right? And we worked on weak auras to make that shit automated and really fast so we could have the edge and get every person that first invite. Nothing that would just invite people based off proximity. That shit was incredibly annoying. But people saying a keyword, we would all do that. The issue was we were trying to basically slow the arms race between these mages, while at the same time reserving these arms for ourselves. So we basically shared, and created and shared the best portal weak aura out there, but only the people with the lowest ping could actually make it, and I had a ping of 15, so I was like really getting everything. So we started an actual Mafia. But have you made portal with the auto? Yes, yeah. No, we literally, I worked with the guy to create that weak aura. We designed that. I was the R&D of that weak aura. I was the mage that was the tester. One of the mages. I'll freaking show you. Hold on. Let me pull something up. We do this, and then let me put this into the webcam. Okay. Let me go to Wago.io, and it was DARPA's Portal Ledger. be 1.08. This thing. This is what we made. I was R&D, I was suggestions on design and what functionality it had. When someone said a keyword and it invited them, they would be added to your orders right here. If you left-clicked here, it would start casting the org portal. If you middle-clicked, it would open up a whisper to them. If you right-clicked, it would open trade. And if, while trade was open, you right-clicked again, it would hit accept for you. You still had to click the OK button, though, because it was gold. In week or it was something else, but goddamn, it would have loved it. It was just, I mean, here's the thing. I worked a day job working 12 hours a day remote at this time, and I still made like 3,000 gold a week just standing there because it was so automated. I just needed a mouse, not even a keyboard, to be able to make my gold all day. But I probably what I would do at the beginning of the week, or after my raid day, because that was the one day I didn't sell portals, I would get my buffs on that day. But during my raid day, or at the end of my raid day, I would stock up on 2,000 portal runes, and I would mail them to myself. And then I would go to Kargath, where there's a mailbox, and whenever I would need more portals, I would just click on the mailbox directly next to me and grab more runes out. Are you Labrador number one? It's, yeah. This is Maury. And the other one is Molly. Wherever she is. Molly! Here she is. They're Roddy Lab mix, and they're brother and sister from the same litter. They're about 2 years old. Molly and Maury. Yeah, hi. Oh, look at you. Oh, do you? Oh, do you have it? Yes, you do. Oh, big strong boy. There we go. Okay. They look young. Yeah, they're just over 2 years old. They turned 2 in June, on June 10th. Yeah, they're really good. Can't wear my chocolate out. That's why I got 2. Like, when I went to see the litter, I specifically decided then and there I am bringing 2 of these guys home, not 1, because working from home, you know, I don't want to, like, things. It's different if I go to work and I'm not here for 8 hours. If I'm here, I feel really bad because, like, they see me ignoring them for 8 hours. So I want them to be able to have someone else to talk to, you know? It's essentially the vibe, right? But yeah, so this was the week aura, and does he have it on there? No, it's only in the actual game. Well, in the game that my name's on the credits list in the custom options tab when you actually use it, but it's not on the website. Yeah, that was one of the things that we worked on together, and that was really fun. Then he also was the reason why I was able to do Dire Maul and deal with that all solo. I had 5 accounts at the time. I had bought up to that point because of how much gold it was worth. Let's see. I had, 3 summoners, the 1 mage to do portals outside, and it was the max level to also do service defense, and then an alliance character on at all times as well to constantly monitor the alliance. I was not ally scum. No. I was not ally scum. I was horde as fuck. I was horde. No, the alliance absolutely were the underdogs on that server though, and I feel really bad because they probably were the better organized and more ferocious than any of the horde guilds. Horde just had more guilds, and that was it. And now Herod has no guilds, so you know. I can't remember which mine's 5 years. You got a 5-year-old puppy? Nice. Sister Orson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. God's forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her. Yeah, okay. What do we have here? Lose to 2 determination for 1 crit, but 2 materia. I don't understand materia in this game. I know materia in Final Fantasy VII allowed you to fucking wait, what was it? In Final Fantasy VII, it allowed you to actually gain abilities, right? The materia would provide you your abilities. You could swap out materia if you wanted to use different abilities. How does materia work with the gear in this game? Because I see the same slots, but I'm assuming it's just gems, right? Like, these are stat things. Eye level equals take. Sorry to say, you will legit not be able to queue to the upcoming thing if you don't cut the eye level. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. Like, for example, these are 19. These are... Is that 24? 15, 15, 31, 25, 28, 17, 29, 16, 11, 20. I think I'll be okay because I'm so over-leveled. I have a lot of gear that wouldn't even be accessible to people who are properly leveled for the steps I'm on. Materia soft moves around stats to focus on things your job may benefit. Ah, okay, gotcha. So it takes a portion of a stat that you maybe don't want so much that is on the gear and converts it into maybe a lesser amount of another stat that you would prefer. It's reforging, right? Good job that hits often but has no guaranteed crits in their buttons. They may want to invest in harder hits because their peers will help them crit. Yeah. In the C menu, there's a button for give me the best thing I got. Yep. I clicked that quite a bit. Yeah, I've been stuck with well, not stuck. I haven't really gotten any upgrades during MSQ at all for a while because I got so much gear from side quests and dungeons. Okay, so fuck. Trying to decide. Yeah, it's just one. Invisible city. Okay. Materia isn't conversion. Jobs are balanced on release within a variance of maybe 2%. This accounts for materia. Materia isn't modifying, it's additive. Oh, okay, gotcha. So you're not subtracting any of the stats that exist on the gear. You're just adding more stats to it using those slots. But I guess probably in the design perspective, you're basically saying, if there's a materia slot, that probably already came at the cost of stats on that gear, right? Another piece of gear of equal quality would just have, but without materia, would probably just have more stats stock. But actually putting something into the materia slot doesn't, do anything but add stats. You're adding in the 5-head take, you want to add something to your job is good at already. Yeah. So, intelligence. I read through all my stats yesterday to get a good read. So, as far as I can tell, pretty much main stat, intelligence, determination, direct hit, attack magic potency, but I think this is a resultant stat. I don't know if this actually comes from gear directly, does it? I think it comes as like a result of the other stats that you have. I'm not sure how this is calculated. But yeah, so intelligence, determination, direct hit, spell speed, attack magic, kind of all the ones that I want. Yeah, I'm glad I read through it, because mind sounded like a stat that I would want as a caster, but I didn't realize it's basically healing power. What? Oh. My brother Heidelin, gear is not a system import. You will not find a pawn at the end of the rainbow. It isn't a gameplay thing. I'm sorry to break it this way. The difference between MSQ Andy, who just does story, hits 570 level, and me, turn, whatever, is like 10 eye levels. Okay, gotcha. So it's not like there's this deep, long road of gear progression that you can do, which I guess is nice. What that tells me then is all these ultimates and stuff and savages that people are running is probably all being done in similar gear or even scaled down gear if it's older raids. So it's almost never really... It's not incredibly gear dependent. It's just mechanic and skill dependent, right? The raiding experience would that maybe be an accurate description? There's no trinket, there's no wyvern, etc. It's all performance. I like that. I think that adds a lot of accessibility to the raiding, while not being at a cost at all to the exclusiveness of the actual achievement of killing the boss. Because as I understand it, a lot of those higher end ones are very difficult. So, no, that's very cool. I'm happy with that design decision. Slabs of cloud marble. Okay. I'm not gonna steal that guy's cloud marble there. Oh. I'll let them take that one. Corpses are walking around there? I forget this. Yeah, I had to... The only reason I know where this was is because I sought them out on my hunting log because they were like the last item on this one or something. Yeah, rotting corpses. I don't know, some sort of temple or a burial, like catacombs that have for like an ancient army or an ancient civilization or some shit. So it looks like you know, they're corpses, nobles. There's nobles here, so yeah, it seems like catacombs or something, and some shit's making them come alive. I didn't quite catch the story on this one. Hold on. Ruins of the Invisible City. It's the Invisible City. They're wearing uniforms, though? So they've taken fallen soldiers? Yeah, it's something like... I mean, I don't know how much the actual NPC selection ties into what this place specifically is, but... I mean, my best guess, it looks like this would have been like an established city here with catacombs prior to the calamity, but when the calamity happened, clearly there was a lot of devastation, and this just kind of tore it apart. And I'm gonna guess that either the calamity itself or some other evil magics or whatever were able to break in and fuck with shit, you know, once it had been opened up. Second guess is the easy scripting. No, this way. Right back with you, saying calamity. Right. That's kind of what I'm just assuming. Everything in you know, ARR is like, I'm just going, probably because of the calamity. Probably solid answer for most of it, you know. The calamity did it. That was the case with Cataclysm, right? Like every single quest, like, yeah, it's because of it's because fucking Deathwing burnt us. That's why. That's why this quest right now in Thousand Needles at level 27 is happening. Is because Deathwing. You know, so as a same, you know, same kind of thing. So this is the Cloud Marble I've heard so much about. Gods, look at the glimmer in the stone. I must admit I've never seen it for myself. I'd only heard of it or heard tell of it. I now see why the myth or rumors have risen. Now you listen to me, you bloody rock. The Golden Bazaar is counting on you. If this talk of mithril turns out to be a farce, I swear by the 12 I'll dig up every last pebble of you myself, grind you to powder, and sell you to the chocobo sailors to sop up piss and runny shite. Yes. Well, sorry about that. It's just that ever since the war saw the road to Alamigo cut off, the bazaar has fallen on tough times. It is a waypoint choked off from its way and is now little more than a point. I will not let it be so. I'm going to make the Golden Bazaar golden once more. From there, I'll become one of the richest men in Thanalan. Then I'll finally be able to give Caitlin the life those mongrels stole from her. She's held onto the memory of my brother for so long, she's become blind to the people who care for her. People like, well, I don't suppose you could keep that last bit from Caitlin, could you? Aw, he got a crush. There's a capstone raid and system to ARR. Consider that Molten Core itself was the option. Let me read this here. There's a capstone raid and system to ARR. There remains something you may miss, yet closes a loop on the Cataclysm and the results. Interesting. It's tough to get your brain around that, but many of the harder things will remain optional for Sprouts. Huh. So there's, I guess, well, that makes sense, right? That's like, you know, like when you level through Wrath of the Lich King, at this point in Retail WoW, you don't go kill the Lich King and finish off that storyline. You just kind of move on to the, you know, to the next expansion. Just go, I'm sure they took care of it. You know, like they got the monument in Dalaran now. So I'm guessing it's just that, right? That is essentially what's happening here. Is just, you know, some of these story elements. Tough to get your, yeah, or I'm reading the same line again. Some of the story elements are probably going to be told through end game content that will be skipped over, just because we're 4, 5, or 6 expansions deep now. But from I did hear there's some form of queue up for like old raids and do them, and it scales you down or whatever. So that is an interesting sounding thing that I want to look into when I'm up higher level. At least once I hit level 50 anyway. Okay, now... Okay, so now we can just speak with Thancred. Who's down here. So picture you pull Baron Rivendare, and it's the same old, but if you want to try harder Rivendare, he drops better things and he behaves entirely differently. And wherever they go there with cutscenes for the reward on killing this Baron, it ultimately doesn't super tie into the overarching story. Okay, sort of compartmentalized. If ever those optional do tie in, the story will let Bobino know, bro. You need to go do this. Okay, gotcha. So they will. They do take care to make sure that you see the story that you need to see, but there are definitely stories. Well, I wouldn't put quotes. Stories, not the story, but stories that happen that are totally separate, may not even be entirely canon, but are super interesting. I'll keep an eye out for that. And are you specifically talking about like level 50 raids and stuff, or are there other elements of that in other parts of the game? It will continue to be a thing. Okay. Sweet. Spoiler related, I cannot mention. Alright. Oh, there, Trino. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about Good Sister. Well, let me ask you this then, Bodrick. What would you recommend I do to make sure I don't miss out on the real good stuff that, you know, I might miss? Thank you. What's that for a bug? Indeed, I've heard all about Good Sister Orson. As Isambard said, her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalj'aa caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let's say that I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Trino. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Oh, you scared? Oh, you scared? You can pee your pants, Thancred? Huh? You can pee your pants? It's okay, I got it. I would recommend that you understand I'm glued to stream and you need not worry. Okay. Okay. Or if you want, I can DM you on my Discord. you know, you can actually, yeah, you can send me a friend request on Discord as well if you want. If I have any questions and you just happen not to be around, I'll hit you up. It's, I'll DM you. I just don't want it on the VOD. I'm gonna whisper it to you. Oh, can I not? Whisper through, hold on. I don't think I can do it straight out in OBS. Let me see. Yeah, I can't. I literally inside OBS, I can't whisper. Hold on, I'll just do this. I actually have. Yeah, I already had stream pulled up. Boom. Whisper. I mean, it's really not safe. Now that I think about it, that's quite easy to guess. Oh, it's funny. Oh man. Yeah, I had to make sure. Yeah, 01. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and you know what's funny? You know what's funny? I changed that to that like 2 days ago. It's a shortened version of my real name, which is just to, you know, goes to show my name is completely made up. Wait, I'm not, hold on. Yes, okay, something, then alarm. Let's see. I want to make sure. Yes, okay, I did accept that. All right. Cool. What's an Eastern fan alarm? Why is that? Oh, that's the Braving New Depths. I don't want to go there. No. So who messaged me from work? Okay, yeah. Employee asking about his time. Okay. Okay, so where is this? Why am I lost? Is there something under this? No, that's just the frame. So you click. Okay, yeah, true. Wait, hold on. You click directly in the upper left flame. Yeah, true. I forgot about that. Oh, and it brings you right to it if you're on the map as well. Okay. Perfect. Oh, and it hides any other stuff. It only shows you that quest. Okay. I like that. Thank you. That's why it's hard to see. It's just red. This is actually the way I went in the first place, too. I was literally almost there. I had walked, like, up to the edge. Alright. Search for a clue in the Algernon encampment. Transposed. I don't know why I thought that was a quest item. Okay. Search for a clue. I'm searching. Ooh. A queer leaflet. Oh, how queer. How queer. Just leaflet. Can I read it? No. A strange little parchment found in the Amalja encampment in the eastern Thanalan. That, I knew that. I found it. You didn't need to... Your spells later will literally tear the graphics apart with motion blur. The fire you create is insane. I already noticed a part of that design element with Swift Cast. Whenever you use Swift Cast, you know, the little really cool effects. I love the screen effects. Your party will probably filter out spells just because you're BLM. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I think the ability to do so is such a good option. Like to be able to filter out spells just because yeah, this particular thing is something that I'd rather not have to see, or it's a level of customization. I mean, most games it's just I'm gonna turn off blood effects, or I'm gonna turn off physics and you know, stuff like that, like in StarCraft. It's just overall, but being able to customize down to which abilities. There's a lot of things in this game where I just say they really didn't have to do that, but I'm glad they did. I think eating Beal and the potential of hard content is a good marriage. Yeah. No corporate circle back to that. Yeah. Nope. I am it's an interesting just the way people talk about it, very interesting. And so far, like, I mean, you see little bits of it, like, you know, from the very beginning you can tell, okay, clearly a bit of complexity here with the balancing things of, you know, your Umbral Ice and Astral Fire. But I imagine, or from what I understand, the rotation very much becomes later like just constant fire or constant Astral Fire and never going into Umbral Ice. I don't know if that's true, but that's like from what I understand, like you try to spend as much time in Astral Fire as possible and never go into Umbral Ice, which I don't yet understand how that works because you go so fast in Astral Fire. I'm excited to see what kind of abilities kind of make that flow work. When all the hands were in it looks to be some sort of assembly proof. Finding though atrocious is not. These bits about Naldthal seem somewhat less than study. I find hard to believe one among the order penned this. Pray take this to the inn, Cape Camp Drybone. Let us see what Sister Orson makes of it. Okay. I'll say one of the things that the Final Fantasy, or at least 14, gets right really well is their visual humor. Like Lalafell is the race entirely is a joke, and I love it. Like, and the fact that they write the characters I've seen so far, and in some of the spoilers I've seen, being like that they're so just cunning and conniving and so evil, but this cute little package like clearly just points to this satirical style of design that they have for the world. I love it. And the fact that the Yoshi P plays a black mage, the hardest, most complicated but most powerful class, packed into this tiny little joke of a race, tells me everything I need to know about the design of this game in the future. All I'll say is this: you will understand your gauges and your flow, but consider what if a dev designed a job around arcane rune placement, and modifies a job identity. What would it take to make that feasible? And then, with your guesses, prepare for them to supplement you. Yeah. Oh, I imagine Black Mage is going to be like a more respectable version of playing an arcane mage in TVC, where you are the strongest bumper the raid has, and you have the greatest burst potential, but the raid has to feed you in order for that to happen. And that means you get treated special and people resent you, and you're generally a drama-centered figure. I'm all about that. I'm all about that, baby. I'm a mage at heart. Like, I'm a huge drama queen. Like, yeah, I love the idea of making this class be such, like, just a fucking tedium to play, but is so rewarding if it's done right. If everyone feeds you in 14, you must position proper. Okay. There's no way to hide it in hard content. Gotcha. When I didn't mean feed so much as like you just stand and everything and they pump you full of heals. I more so meant like in, I don't know how, like, what kind of synergy exists, but, you know, for example, between raiders. Like in TBC, an arcane mage, you'll get past an innervate, you know, at a very specific time, and you'll have a shadow priest, and you'll time your cooldowns and everything all together. When you say, or when I say feeding, is there that as far as the black mage, like, is that like a necessary component to make black mages viable, that there has to be some other class supporting them directly, otherwise they're, you know, way less powerful? Or does black mage, when played right, actually just stand up that same way on its own? Did we go too far? You're asking good questions. Yeah, I just mean, like, black mage, does it really stand up on its own with that damage, or does it require the input of some other... Okay, fine, I'm gonna bait you, fine. Whatever. I'll learn. I'll find out myself, damn it. Where am I going? She's in the main... Okay, no, I was already running. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. So FC lead is BLM, and he absolutely destroys damage, but it is not easy. Oh, yeah. It is, I'll say, is 100% possible. 150, 200% possible that I just dumpster it as black mage. I could be garbage because, again, I played mage for the past 2 years in World of Warcraft, which means I have pressed all but 2 spells in the past 2 years. So I'm curious to see. I mean, I'm not just curious, I'm excited to see how different it is, but still getting to pump out that damage. But yeah, I'm gonna not try to get incredibly good at it until I've played through most of the story, basically. Here's a gem. Progging a tough pull on BLM is honestly just harder than bringing something simpler. Yep. If you pull the trigger on hard optionals, you really need to know the pull, or to have buds that don't mind you figuring it out. Yep. I feel you there. Yeah, that I can see that. It's the same reason why arcane mages don't get used in TBCs, because they have to actually perform well in order for them to be worth it. Otherwise, they're a class that, just like black mage, brings no support and no utility, but just has the potential for the player to produce high damage. But if they don't produce high damage, they're just filling a spot, and that's not what you want. But they can Trino. A culprit tends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There's no doubt and irony in there somewhere. Also, I heard that black mage is the least played caster class, so I'm right there. I like that. From a mana circuit perspective, kind of a high floor. Okay, yeah. I mean, I can already tell it's quite a difficult rotation. The spell mana values and your regen values are specifically designed so it can't repeat. It seems to be like almost a chaotic sequence. So that's all going to be fun too. The procs are hard to notice. I will say that. I might have to upscale my UI, so I can see like my instant cast thunder easier. Because right now it's just here at the bottom of my screen. I might want to like move it up to the center or something, and make it bigger. You know, loss of irritation, be like, frick, amount of mana dropped X, Y, Z, and I just flunk out of the next 20 seconds. Yeah. It's one of those where, yeah, you're just like, you have to sustain. If you fuck up, there's a very small chance you can fix it if you're like a fucking master, but most likely you're just going to be out of the game for like the next 15, 20. I feel that. The word I'm sharing hands. I shall consider how best to handle this for now until Eisenberg we've learned here. Yeah, it's like on a during Bloodlust, you forget to call for Innervate as an arcane mage, and now you're just literally That's it. And you just wasted your entire 30-second cooldown burst phase. Yeah, but this would just be that, but probably a way harder to execute. You know, from what everyone's telling me. Nice glamour. Oh wait, you're a lion. Wait, what? I didn't even notice that you were a fucking lion. A meta thing the devs have embraced is that bloodlust feeling. In 14, it's a 1 minute rush. At that 1 minute, you had battery squared up and ready to proverbially palm pyro, etc. And that's because limit break timing, right? There's a, I'm guessing like it's a limit break or something that that's gonna come up after 1 minute, and that's when you're gonna blast. It's during that LB. Or some cooldown. You say 1 minute, so I'm like, well, it's probably handshake on the limit break term. Okay. Yeah, just hand wave that. I imagine you're... all I know as far as things that have to charge up, you know, are limit breaks, and that's the only thing I know about so far. But I haven't even, I genuinely haven't even cast or seen a limit break cast yet. Bard is singing his hardest songs, the rogue is undressing the mob, etc. Okay. Wasn't a priest, I think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigating forward. Thank you once again, Trino. I should keep my ears and eyes open now more than ever. That's 24. The devs weren't intending on getting here in that 1 minute cycle, but they listened to fans and balanced to this direction, to wheel and well. Yeah. Change always brings about that, I guess, yeah. You're gonna have people who really like it, the people who are asking for it, the people who hate it. I'm afraid I have not seen many in particular, nor have any time at this camp given me cause to doubt them unless we can identify the culprit and assume more instances walk to them. But I mean, what do you think? Do you like that feeling? Do you like feeling pressed towards that burn phase, that burst window, or you know, or are you know? I assume you're sweaty, you know, quite sweaty. You like that that engagement. Posing as a priest using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Extremely serve with like by posing it impoverished souls in need of succor. We dare to hope this will yield us the answers we seek. That will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm actually useless in battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, as long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. A couple more quests. Listen, Trino. So as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that our vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Eisenbard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Okay. Let's go. Oh wow, there's new stuff. Dressed to deceive. Speak with the locals while garbed in a weathered shepherd's tunic. That's what I forgot to do. Okay. A pair of weathered shepherd's slops. Is that shoes? Or is that pants? That's pants. Okay. Aw, looking pretty cute. We got our little shark tooth necklace. Look at that. Edgy as shit. Oh, fanny packs. Ooh, yeah. Hit it. Hit him with the pose. Yeah, bro. Alright, sorry. Put that fire. I sit down and my guy looks like a merchant. I need to, like, be disguised or whatever for this one. What do you want from me? Preach the teachings of Yesma, the warden. Hast thou come to partake the honey of her wisdom? Yesma is keeper of the sun, goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy hearts to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. Hey, clowning me for my fucking fit. I'm like, I'm in a disguise right now. I'm supposed to look like the common folk. You know. And you are another refugee by the looks of you. See? Yeah. In one of the flames, neither work nor coin for your life be gone, and see to it that you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Alright, well. It's quite a way to talk down to someone who's been, you know, disparaged and kicked out of their lands, but you know, whatever. You know. I guess it's your city. Or your hole in the ground, whatever it is. Where's this guy? Okay, Arliss? Arldis? What is it? That's not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? Okay. Man, everybody's clowning me for the fit. They're like, oh, poor, poor. Aw, he's poor. Look at you. Where? Oh, that's Chuck. You are probably indoors. Ermagard. What a name. Greetings, good sir. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap return your fellows for the singing. Okay, I see what's happening. I see what we're doing. Okay. It's near the false priest. Right. And knowing that vagrants have newly arrived, dawn of weather. Right, okay. So that's what we're doing. We're basically just like, you know, going around as if we're a vagrant or whatever, so that people freak out. We are essentially fomenting insurrection at the moment, and I'm on board. All I was about to get the good part. Looking for work, you say. Sorry, we don't have any openings now. Get out of here. Let's start a fucking riot. Let's go. Oh no, wearing SGC Justice treated like shit. Exactly. Oh, you don't have edgy. You're a warrior. You don't have Edgemaster's Hands guards, bro. Get out of my MC raid. You quite a knack for being a nuisance, turning the campus abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of the Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Okay, I will. Dude, with edgy Sam. At a certain time, I think, I was, like, prepping for AQ, and I had a, like a Flame Strike, Ignite AoE spec that I'd go into, Maradon with and kill the Earth Elementals, and, I'd do these circuits. I'd actually kill all the Earth Elementals. I'd mine and herb on my Hunter in the same instance, second account. After killing, well, when I was done with that, I would kill Princess for like the 15 gold, and then by that time, all the Earth Elementals would respawn, and I'd go kill them, and then I'd reset. So they're like 40-minute circuits. I would do that just to get like the elemental earth and all that shit. The solid stone, the mithril, because I would also make sapper charges and sell those. They're big money before AQ dropped. Because once AQ dropped, people weren't ranking for rank 14 so hard anymore. Yeah, like it was good money, but anyway, right? So I was doing that. It was alright money. It wasn't really great, but I walked in one morning on a Saturday and killed one pack at the start, and they dropped edgies, and I retired. I never went back to Maradon. I sold them for like 6K, like 2 weeks later, and then like 2 days after that, they were listed on the auction house for 2.5K. Because like Nax or something dropped it at some point. Or no, I guess it was still AQ. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, no, seriously, it was incredible timing. Probably, like, had it not dropped then, or had it dropped even just, you know, a week, 2 weeks later, I would have lost, like, 4K on the sale. You flex 5K, 10K early, yeah, depends on your list, yep. Yeah, actually, Smashing Trino, possibly dressed for exception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. I will say though, they were very high during Phase 2 on Herod. They got up to 27k as the highest sold on the server. As far as I know about, the highest that we learned of was 27k's for a pair of edgies off the auction house. Please, child, I mean no harm. I'm a priest of the order. Oh, sorry, not 27. 17k, not 27. 17. Still very high, but not 27. 27k was Tivu's. See if it bears the teachings of knowledge, trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. Now, on Herod, it was a very capitalistic server. If it could be monetized, it would be gate-kept and monetized. And that was why the Mafia shit was so prevalent. And I liked it, but, you know, it's a ticking time bomb. That shit's going to destroy the community on the server at a certain point. It did. An officer in an IRL friend. I'm not reading this. How do you know? You bastards tricked me. Okay, so this is the guy. Yeah, right, because he's a fake. Yeah, and it's Ungust. Mr. Hermie, I was only doing protect my people. So what the fuck do you mean you were protecting people? Is that so? Yeah, do continue. I'm a man of the Golden Czar, raised there if not born. Some moons ago, the Mount Jaw raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage a well. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. Being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only merchant I approached the Almajan in hopes of brokering a deal. Okay. Return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands outrageous ones. Yeah, it's like literally. Well, why would you fall for that? This is why we don't negotiate with terrorists. First of all, they wanted to schedule shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Why would you trust criminals to strike a fair deal with you? They're criminals. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Amal-Jah. I didn't have a choice. Yeah, you sound really naive and like you were... I feel like this guy had some deeply seated self-interest in this that he's not talking about. You did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell your own people? Speak! Yeah, see? I fucking told you! He's hiding something. The what was good? What did you say? My fingers in tatters right now. The coin was good. I sell mole mean for a score of lifetimes and see not in fraction with the how much I pay me. Yeah, see? I told you. The guy wasn't doing it for anybody else but himself. Sacrifice instance, you could line your own pockets. Words feel express contempt. I feel free. Yeah. You say this guy's story is bullshit. You can't tell me you're giving up the lives of your fucking people for the betterment of your people. What do you mean? Screw the contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourself. If you care about your people, you wouldn't be able to stand to give up their lives, and you'd be confronted about it. You wouldn't do it and be like, oh, it's for them. No, it's for you, idiot. Were you the one who's leaking the more important patrol routes to the enemy? No, I know nothing about it. I swear it. Sure. This seems rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Sob. Oh, shut up. To be a good man and take where these bones to Minfilia, would you? Hell yeah, I'll take. Let me go see Minnie. I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is still to rescue them. Okay. My hand was like, it'll drop. Boy, it never did. We did meme runs just from me. You know, Joe, 40 people in TV scene, still nothing. That's funny. It is laughable. Thancred in tatters right now and doing this. Oh, literally, yeah. He's just like dressed up as a fucking, you know, we're just peasants, and he's like quitting this guy. But when the NPCs say, he said. Happen over and over again. The writing is 100. I mean, yeah. The thing is, it's very satisfying writing. And it's hard to do like fan service. It's not even, I don't want to call it fan servicey writing. The writing and the story goes exactly the way you think it should go. I'm not saying I'm not saying the story is written in a way that is wholly predictable, or whatever. But that is the vibe I get, that they aim to write the story in the way that the story should go. So I mean, which so makes it flow as well as just like it always satisfies that like human instincts we have on certain archetypes where we go, this is supposed to be the ending of that story, right? And I don't know. Whenever I see writers or whatever try to circumvent that expectation, it tends to go poorly unless they really do something special. Can we part someone for a second? Isolate that when we meet someone who absolutely is our opposite, the NPCs talk to them fairly, speak in detail, and seek to understand. If the character acts out of line, the other characters will point it out. That's true, and eventually as you get further, it won't be character, it will be overarching plot. That is interesting, yeah. So it's like the world's self-aware. It makes it feel more real, like the characters are noticing what you notice. Which, you know what, and that's probably a really good way to respect your viewer, right? Respect your audience is when you basically acknowledge that they think the same thing the audience is thinking by just writing it as a character thinks it or something like that, as opposed to some of the examples with like World of Warcraft where later in like, I mean, I think the story writing in Legion and the story writing in BFA and the story writing in Shadowlands all kind of felt like they had to spoon feed you all the story, whereas here it's like you still get all that same information and those same prompts that would tell you things you should probably feel, but it does so in a way that's not patronizing, It's a respectable way to have that conversation with your audience about the story that you're telling without just telling your audience how to feel about it or being condescending and acting like they wouldn't have figured out how to feel that way. That sort of shit. Who writes but the reason is award-winning and lauded. I can't wait. That's sick. That's sick. And what's great, these are all writers I don't know. These are all writers I've never heard of, and they all do such a great job. Waking Sands, let's go. Yeah. Oh! Yes! I did set it to Horizon. You know what, while on the quest you probably get is Conquest and Enjoy 10. You know what? Well, that's true. I think it goes deeper than that. If you read the quest text, or you pay attention to the dialogue that is played out in World of Warcraft now, and you compare the way it's written, to how the dialogue was written back in Classic or in TBC, and then maybe you compare that to, say, it's the same kind of comparison as how to, like, say, Harry Potter is written compared to how Game of Thrones is written. Harry Potter understands its audience needs a little bit of help understanding these concepts. Game of Thrones doesn't give a shit if you know what he's talking about. He's gonna explain it in the way that a person canonically from the time period the book takes place would explain that story. And that makes it all the more believable and immersive when it's, all the way down to your style of writing matches the tone of what's happening and what's happening. World of Warcraft writing now seems very like, it sounds like someone from 2022 is telling me the story of World of Warcraft. It doesn't sound like a dwarf is telling me about Azeroth's soul, right? It feels like some 32-year-old, writer is telling me about Azeroth's soul. And it's just like, it's, good story, I mean, fine, like, we can analyze the structure of storytelling all we want, but, like, if your story's not captivating because you are patronizing me in explaining it, it doesn't matter how good the concept of the story is. You're just a bad writer. That's how I feel about so much of WoW's story delivery in the recent 5 years, I would say. It's just, it's so poorly delivered. It tries to take itself seriously while at the same time doing such a good job of actually being the thing which it claims to be, So I don't know. I wish there was more storytelling in that game that really felt like you were being told the story by Khadgar and not by Khadgar's writer, you know. Does that make sense? I hope that gets across what I'm trying to say. The wounds! The wounds, hero! The wound champion! Azeroth be crying out in pain, champion. What's sad is, I just for a second went, okay, that does feel like they're writing a dwarf. And then I realized that is the most I have felt World of Warcraft presenting their character realistically. And that's not good. That's so cartoony that, like, that's the most, like, you know, I feel like the characters themselves, you know, in recent years that I've noticed. Everything else feels very synthetic. You know, Magni felt kooky and cartoony, but, like, at least he sounded more like a dwarf than, you know, Sylvanas' writer sounds like Sylvanas and not just, like, an angsty writer. You know? Because every time I commiserate... or actually, I want to change what I said about Sylvanas. Sylvanas' writer doesn't sound angsty. Sylvanas' writer just sounds like Blizzard saying, wow, we're so ashamed of ourselves. Like, the way... her tone just feels like Blizzard's emotion of, yeah, we really feel bad about everything right now. That's how Sylvanas feels, and felt like the emotion she was reflecting, because that's literally, like, you know, after she goes to the Maw, she just feels really bad, and she's full of shame. Like, she feels like a Jane Doe, or was a Mary Sue, but for Blizzard the company. In that cinematic, she felt like a Mary Sue, but for Blizzard. Does that make, like, you see what I'm saying? It's right now I commiserate by the fact that right now I can link you a symphony playing while the game music with you, and we crushed by the promises and emotions the music puts into us, and not the story. Yeah, it's uneven in WoW. Yeah, the emotion the music goes for ultimately, you know. And I wonder, like, honestly, it's because there was such a mismatch. The game was a hot mess when it was first written. Like, when you look back at Classic, the reason it was fun was because of the way that the community engaged with the engine and in the game itself and what they did with it. You know, so much of the content was driven by what the players were doing. You know, the devs would turn on WoW TV, which was, they'd log into a GM character and fly above raids progressing and stuff, and they'd watch and see how people played. That's not how the game is designed anymore, and I wouldn't ask them to design it strictly from people's interests anymore. Like, that, it's not a good thing to do. But I'm saying at the start, they had a lot of story writing, but, like, they didn't seem to have, like, a huge amount of I guess game design concepts ready to go with Classic WoW when it originally came out. And you can see that it's very bare. But yeah, all the mythos about it is player stuff that we did. I don't know. The guys who invented World of Warcraft, guys and girls who invented World of Warcraft, I think there was at least one girl on the team at the time. I think it was although the story is really good, I do think it was a huge matter of right place, right time for World of Warcraft. Because at its core, the game itself is not actually that great, but it has such great potential for the community engagement in it. I should say. Back from being, I mean, really, I was surprised they played the Wanaki card that soon. Later, I was so mad. They lost the Arthas VI and never addressed it. Embarrassing, just embarrassing to not get the actual Arthas. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they didn't want to bring it back at all. They didn't want to bring Arthas back at all, and I think it's just like they couldn't trust their writers to not fuck him up, which, honestly, one, they still did, and two, it's sad that you can't trust your writers with your own story. That's such a bad position to be in if that's a symptom that your development team is facing, right? That, like, they can't be trusted to handle certain parts of the story. But I think that was actually part of the reason why they left Arthas alone, because they couldn't trust themselves to work with that character anymore and not screw it up or you know, twist it or anything. Yeah. That's not an excuse. It's an incredibly bad symptom of where they are, but I do think that is probably the cause. But yeah, I thought, honestly, I think Shadowlands would have been so much better if the jailer wasn't even considered. It was just Arthas. It was just Arthas back again, and he was the guy. I think that would have been way cooler. Because then, you know, you would have Sylvanas coming back for Arthas, and you would have, you know, Anduin v Arthas, and I mean, we would have actually been able to finish that guy off. I feel like there were a lot more story points that could have been a lot better. Yeah, budget and time. Budget and time. Yeah, I do wonder sometimes. Because I think, I even think having Arthas as a last boss of an expansion 2 times would have been better than just the jailer, or rather XYZ unknown big bad who's been pulling the strings all this time, who dies and turns out there's actually another big bad who's pulling his strings, right? Like, he was just a nameless face, and that's how I think a huge majority of the community took it, because like we're not just gonna buy into a whole expansion of retcon. Time you being IT, we can only lament even harder knowing release schedule in Q3, Q4 expectations. Yeah, I know, or corporate non-IT. Yeah, I mean, fuck. I mean, I deal with deployment probably every 3 months, so we have quarterly changes of teams and stuff like that based on performance of our employees. You know, we've got teams based on like actually their sale rates, right? Better agents get different policies that are more lenient with their time and more freedoms. They get paid more, but you know, they're also expected to put up certain numbers, right? So these things are separate like that. They manage like that. They move around that re-leveling every 3 months. So yeah, we have to do that deployment all the time. I can't imagine. And this is one thing I'm never going to criticize WoW for, and I never have. I've never criticized WoW for a release of an expansion or server issues or anything. Because I could not... I can't conceive of deployment of an entire fucking expansion. That sounds insane to me. I can't believe that they managed to convert the servers to a completely new client. They took... What was it? When they had to convert Classic WoW into TBC, and they had to completely redo the servers on a new client, they had to go from the Legion client to the Shadowlands client. That means completely changing all the stuff that was on the servers. I mean, you know this. You're in IT, right? So, totally different server builds. The fact that they did that and got it done within a week's time blows me away. I know everyone was complaining about, like, oh, next day we couldn't play. 2 days after they didn't have their, you know, your PvP tokens in the mail. They all got deleted or something. Like, sure, but, guys, they migrated millions of accounts to a completely new system and server setup in less than a week. That is an enormous achievement that I don't think any company has actually, done to that scale with a video game before. I'm sure they've done it with other things. My dad used to work for IBM, so they used to do that shit all the time with server management, because that's all IBM does now. But, yeah, I mean, like, I can't imagine it. The lion's share was, let's see. Was it being, dressage on retail with basically window dressing? Yeah. The lion's share was built in the back of the animation. Millions were downstream contractors, I wouldn't doubt. Millions, but were... Oh, you think, What do you mean by that? But we're downstream contractors. You think that Blizzard outsourced their data migration task? There's no way FT was moving this data. What's an FTE? Full-time equivalent? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if anything, I figured they had to figure out some very clever SQL stuff and database management where they could convert all that stuff with a few very well planned commands, but or a series of scripts. But I mean, I'm sure it was much more complicated than that. I don't know. I can't begin to imagine how difficult that would have been. And you're probably right. They probably did like outsource that to data management companies that specialize in that, because they probably you know, whatever. Yeah, you're right. The conversation was clean, or the conversion was clean. The launch was very good. You know, a lot of the player base didn't feel the conversion was clean, but when you consider the scope of the project, I think it was very clean. You know, we roll out a new version of our, you know, insurance quote engine, you know, once a year, and we have to fucking revert it, and, you know, the day that it comes out because it doesn't work. And I don't think it was on the back of financing good release and instead skimping on dimes and pennies. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, they use their metrics for money. You know what I was thinking the other day? You know the No Man's Sky saga, how No Man's Sky was terrible and then they made it all really good, and how they did that. Well, you know how basically they had already sold other copies, and they could essentially decide at, you know, No Man's Sky, they decided, well, we could either walk right now with all the money and be rich, but everyone hates us and Hello Games is shut down, or we can you know, we can actually buckle down and try and fix the game, right? Because people have bought it. We need to fix it. And Sean, right, is the dev of that company. He took all of the feedback. Oh, Kalik, what's up? You changed your name? Yeah. I'm not playing WoW anymore, so I just changed my name to my actual name, Trino Bobino. But yeah, we're talking about WoW a little bit. Another chatter. Yeah, this Kalik's an old guildie. What was I saying? We're talking about the metrics, right? And World of Warcraft has a tendency to use their metrics to make money, right? All their metrics are based around increasing money. But if you look at No Man's Sky and what they did, they took all of the feedback and they used metrics, just like any other metric-driven company would. But they broke it down by who had the most genuine experience of the game, how much time they spent playing it, people who... did you quit on Red? On Red kind of like went on a break because of attendance issues. We had 2 raids running at the start of Sunwell, and then just people's attendance started to fucking go to shit, and then we had less than 1 raid, and then we had no raid, and now they're doing GDKPs and BT. And honestly, after I saw the Diablo Immortal coverage, I'm like, I'm not giving more money to Blizzard anymore. What the problem was for me was the realization, the full. I mean, I knew it happening, but I didn't really just. It was never at the forefront. I never really thought of it right away. But these companies hire psychologists to design their games to be as addictive as possible, and what those psychologists probably went to school for is to help people with addictions treat their addictions. And it is disgusting to me to see these people getting tempted directly by corporations with a lot of money to come out of school with 4 years or 6 years of experience, instead of going back, taking your clinical hours, becoming a therapist, doing actual work that'll help studies and lower addiction rates across the world. Instead, they get paid ungodly amounts of money right out of college to come to a company and create addiction in mass and design systems to automate the process of getting people addicted to stuff. And that's so utterly disgusting to me. I can't give money to a company that's giving money to people who are doing that. So that's why I've cut off any expense going to Blizzard. I've deleted every single game I have. Their launchers aren't even on my computer anymore. Everything's gone. Add-ons, I'm not setting any of that shit back up. Those weak auras are fucking gone. What happened to the guild? They are on break. They're coming back for Wrath, but as far as I understand, there are some main core leadership that they don't know what they're doing right now, if they're coming back for Wrath or if they're not going to be. But honestly, let's put it this way. I considered before turning off my sub, giving my gold to the guild bank. And then I decided it's probably best that I don't perpetuate this addiction machine for anybody else. I'm going to turn it off, and I'm not going to try and... I'm not going to do anything. So, like, yeah, I literally didn't give them my gold because I didn't want them to... I didn't want to help them stay playing this game. You know what I mean? I don't have anyone against anyone who still plays the game, but I just can't. Oh, Fraggy, yeah. No, upload got junked? Oh, my stream effed? Okay, it's weird. Let me... I didn't... I think it's Twitch. I didn't drop any frames or anything. Oh, never mind. I did. For like a second there. Yep. Yeah. I lost like... Yeah, literally. I said, I haven't dropped any frames. I dropped 25,000 frames. I don't think I've got anything crazy running here. 30% GPU. 23% RAM. 40% GPU. Yeah, I don't know. I must have fucked around with something. But yeah, Fraggy, I mean, like, I'm not saying, like, the guild's dead or anything. They're still kicking, chilling, but I can't say I know what the guild looks like today, as to how many people are actually logging in and doing stuff, but I know that even when we were raiding, any given day, there was maybe one person logged in. A lot of them left. Yeah. It's sad, but I mean, that's the life cycle, and honestly, I think it's for the best. I don't think anyone's gonna like what they're about to see in Wrath. Their fault? Yeah. Well, it's the leadership's fault. Mainly, officers just stopped wanting to play, and they didn't ever set up anything to make sure that it stayed together. They kind of just dumped it on Char and said, hey, could you, make sure raid and whatever. Moo didn't want to keep tanking. He wanted to take a break, or at least wanted to stop. I don't know. Yeah, just a lot of people didn't want to keep playing the game anymore. At first I was kind of like not happy, but then I saw the Diablo Immortal stuff, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's probably a good time for me to go. Thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain whether the abducted were taken, and none but the Amalja know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Affiliate would like you to meet a distinguished individual. I will say though, playing WoW has given me an appreciation for well-designed games, because I had to go without it for so long. No, I say that jokingly. WoW's still got a good game at its core, but it definitely gave me appreciation for the diversity of playing other games, because I have been a one-game Andy for so long that, I mean, just recently, since I stopped playing WoW, I bought Control and played through it, which is probably got one of the best stories I've played in a long time. I bought Elden Ring. That's all I'll say. Fucking garbage. Not the game, me. I'm garbage at that game. Subnautica I've been playing through too. I mean, just a lot of shit that I didn't spend any time playing because I was too busy playing WoW. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutaminx Bubblypots. That's a goblin-ass name, bro. He's a scholar of no small repute. Mutaminx is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. There's Fraggy where Trino went on a communist manifesto when we missed. Oh yeah, you missed the whole marks ceremony and everything. The knowledge of this method was once closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutaminx and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefits of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutaminx and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft to you. Mutaminx is ever to be found at his camp in central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. Alright. Let's go find Mutaminx. Goblin boy. The way the doors work in this game is so satisfying. And I will venture a Bluetooth and listen in bed. Told me no assist. It's getting late. No problem, man. I'm probably not gonna be on too long, too much longer. Honestly, once I hit a dungeon is probably when I'm going to pause it there. But I'm just gonna play up to those points. And any questions, Discord anytime. All right, will do, man. I really appreciate your help. And thanks for the lean again. That shit's cool. Can I get that here on the rock? I can. Hell yeah. Okay. Sick. All right, peace. Do you have a good night? Or well, I guess you'll still be on Bluetooth. All right, well, whatever. All right, I'll give you that storyline narration. You don't worry. So, okay, so the Nedrick Ironheart still has. Look at that. Signs in the 7th Dawn has some useful information it wishes to share. Hello, adventurer. I'm Nedrick Ironheart, explorer by trade and assigned by allegiance. And you, my friend, look to me, an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place that will offer it to you. Tucked away in a corner of the eastern Thanalan lies Halatali. It is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts a storied history. It was built some 100 years past as a training grounds for gladiators. Clemeny laid ruin to it, though, as it did to most things. Now, Halatali is a shadow of its former self. But in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no place finer than Halatali to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I've taken the liberty of passing your name along to the flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak with one Fafajoni near the entryway. Okay. J. Here we go. Okay, so life material and everything is the main quest. How it's how I'm gonna do this first here. This is from Eastern Thanalan. Okay. Oh, one sec. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. We should be getting the dogs in. All right. Let's see. Oh, tally. Just down there. Okay. Okay, let's see. So, Fafajoni. If it is the halls of Halatali you seek no further. People want me to tell you something in this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue. Halatali means land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled, and you have not come all this way for a lesson in history. Shh, listen, do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? These sounds work in no wind, my friend, nor that rumbling the doing of any shadows. Those they call the Halatali. For now, the beasts once kept for the Colosseum lurk here. And these are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even might of the immortal flames cannot tame. Look of you must be Trino. I received word from Nedrick that you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray you are able to find your way out. Ooh. 2 intelligence, 3 spell speed, 2 mind, -1 direct hit, 1 -1 direct determination. Spell speed. Okay. Okay. So we can now do Halatali. I don't need to yet. Level 20. Okay. Wait. An instance duty with a preformed or non-restricted party. The party leader can often employ either the loot master or agreed-only loot rules. The current loot rule can be changed any time within the duty finder settings, but only before a duty is commenced. The party leader should discuss any changes to the rule to avoid confusion amongst party members. Alright. He's got little eyes on him. That's funny. Shock. Who is Uplander come to tent ring of Mudamink's bubbly pots? Play his dagger. It's playing daggers. Absolutely no defining character. Said that the hilt does smell quite nice. Fighty tool drinks an airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty tool changes to stony shine, name of materia. Materia join with other Fighty tool. In Big Eyes, Fighty tool gains power of airy self. Mudamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia. He's bigger than me. His tongue claps to reach ears of Mudamix with fastness. Player wants Uplander to see power of materia. Uplander brings Fighty tool to Mudamix, yes? Fighty tool is as strong as eating tool. Make good teachy show of power material. Power of materia. Materia master. Now eyes of Uplander point at Fighty tool, yes? Shock materia join with Fighty tool. Fighty tool gains power of materia. Fighty tool reborn. Here, Uplander take Fighty tool Minfilia. Materia striking thing is a kind of crystal is created by drawing out the etheric constitutions of a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Ah, okay. Understanding what equipment will serve, mind you, it must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mudamix turned that dagger of yours from Summit as would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Uplander wishes to rejoin her materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learny ones of Mudamix. Present Minfilia's items of Mudamix at the bonfire. Okay. Wait. What the? He's got a weird ass on. I'm just gonna say you got an ass like a frog. Okay, so Minfilia again is back here, and we go there, and she's all the way up there. Okay. Horizon. Go to Horizon, and then we'll just take the Chocobo order. To Vesper Bay. Bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ooh. Nah, we out of there. Bring back the chocobo music. Alright, we're almost there. Hi Molly, hi honey. Hi. Going to Walking Sands. Entrance to the solar. Welcome back, Trino. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. A once ordinary dagger, now made special with the wonders of materia. Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of material can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I am sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Trino, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when you are ready to begin. Minfilia would like you to assist the Immortal Flames. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amal-Jah to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amal-Jah responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amal-Jah are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them, Trino. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will soon join you as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion sole representative on the ground. Before he left... he bade tell me you to save some for him. Such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone, report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Alright, Camp Drybone. Flame Sergeant. Ah, you're Trino Bobino of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amal-Jah and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizard men aren't aware of their plan, or their man, Ungust. Ungust? Yeah. The lizardmen aren't aware that their man Ungust has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we will spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amal-Jah plot if the mission succeeds, Trino. Let's make sure it does. Alright. Let's do it. I'm ready. So I'm gonna go through this area. You should not see. Let's go this way. And we will right up there. We should probably information. Lion weight. Level sync, okay. Oh. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Why is he looking around like that? Oh, there we go. Oh, they got crazy faces. Wait, something's amiss. Oh, we are way outnumbered. Hee Ungus, you fucking dickhead. Oh, a knee slapper. Ah ha ha. Wait. Free illusions here. Oh my gosh, a flame soldier. Oh my god. The immortal flame scorches for moons before being finally caught. Do you not wonder how I managed it? It's almost as if someone was feeding them information from the inside. Alright, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours, says the... Okay. Easy, we got this. Uh-oh. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you. Oh, uh-oh. Bring him. The rest of you march. Oh, we've been abducted. Traitorous scum. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Could the Almaja mean to give us to their god as an offering? If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death with steel in hand. The bowl of ember is now accessible. Regular duty. Those are very much. Confront Ifrit in the bowl of embers. Okay. Interesting. So this is not. Oh, what is this? Trials. Okay, so it's not a dungeon. It's not a duty. It's not a guild hest. Trials. AR, Heaven's Ward, Stormwell Chiller. Bowl of Embers. What's your wait time? 5 minutes, okay. I think we're gonna call it here. I think this is a good stopping point. I think we can stop right before the dungeon. It'll be the first thing we do tomorrow. And let me just Seventh Umbral era quests. I'm on Lord of the Inferno. And that, we are a lot closer than we were earlier. We've cleared out about a little over half of the quests between where we started to self-management, which is what we need to be complete so that we can take our job quest to be Black Mage. Okay, what's this? Creates a barrier that nullifies damage totaling up to 30% maximum. That will go 1. Cool. Alright. Alright, peace all. Probably see you guys tomorrow. I'm probably gonna come back and continue on this queue tomorrow. Peace.